guys. How we doing? Captain Mall, you were first. Hello. Mal, how you doing? Keep Science. Meclan, thanks for joining. Sinister, you and your taste tests. We might taste test a board today. We'll see. Pickle, hi there. Hi Mango, thanks for stopping by. We have a fun stream. I have an update. Do we want to see the update? Hold on. Hold the phone. So guys, I did it. I did it with the noose. It's done. And it's decent. Like, when I say I did it, what I mean is the noose sounds good now. This is probably one of the most triumphant moments I've had with keyboards in a long, maybe ever. This stupid thing was my first expensive group buy. Cost, I don't know, like $500-600 after taxes and import. And then I dumped even more money into custom plates. And finally, the thing that saved it was the 1.6mm PCB. It sounds good now. Like, look, it's not a I don't know, whatever, right? Like, it's not an Oblique, it's not a Pangea Mini, but like, it sounds good now. Like, I'm not even joking. If we have time today, this is what I would like to show everyone, is a rebuild of this, because right now I have the Key Geek Cheese V2s in it, and it's good, but it's a little bit too sharp for me. So this is with a PBT plate, and I want to do like a quick type test just to show you guys, because I'm very, very happy with how this sounds now. And this is with Cheese V2s that lean a bit sharp. I think this will be even better with like maybe one of those HMX tactiles, like the Hydra or something like that. I think it'll be even better. I know, Keep Science, you did warn me. I will say though, that even though it's been a giant money sink, the whole process of getting this thing to sound good has been very fun. And now that I'm here, it's probably the most rewarding experience I've had with the keyboard, through all the frustration and everything, getting to this place where like it's built and I'm actually happy with it. So I want to do a quick type test. This is the Matrix Noose, the giant pain in my ass. Finally built, and it sounds okay. So this is foamless with the 1.6 mil PCB that has been mil maxed, with GMK dual shot, Key Geek Cheese V2, and a PBT plate from Tom at Hype. What do we think? Huh? Come on, what do we think? It's a learning experience. It was. Oh, dude, Chester's new store is freaking awesome. I'm like, I went and visited a couple weeks ago, and I really, really love the new space. It's a lot bigger. There's a lot more place to like sit down and type on stuff. Very cool store. Also, they might have a Manta there. I don't know. Keep Science, have you got your Manta? Has it arrived yet? I saw Chester's video on the Manta, and it looked great. Yeah, it's been temptation for me with the extras that are now popping out. I have to resist though, because I don't think that board is quite for me. I've learned that when boards get over a certain price point, I have to be really, really particular. Like, this was the one that taught me that lesson. Was the Noose that taught me the lesson about more expensive boards. So anytime there's a board that's over 400, 450, I ask a lot more questions. Okay. Pretty jealous they have a physical store. I'm in Vancouver and we have nothing like Keybay. Dude, Toronto in particular is like stacked with keyboard stores. A lot of the online shops are based out of Toronto, but then there's also Asume that I think has a physical store in Toronto as well. So now we have Keybay and Asume, depending on, I guess, what you're into. I got from Bowl to avoid... okay, but Manta's good. Okay, awesome. I understand. Okay, so today we have a very, very interesting build. I've been really, really looking forward to this. So it is a commission build, and this is the Snake60 Fossil Edition. This is Mechland's personal build, and I am very excited. I took a peek, and guys, this thing looks amazing in person. Like, holy moly, this thing felt and looks so good. I took a peek. I'm gonna actually open it up in a minute. We'll take a look. Manta's good. Remember, I tried Alex's Proto. Yeah, but I think you were the one that told me that the final version actually sounds different or better. I saw Chester's video. He did a video on it that came out today, and that looked pretty good. I always felt Manta could have sold for higher, giving the machining on the fin. So that's actually the main reason that I think I didn't get the Manta, is because, well, there's two. The first one is I was unemployed when it ran, so I would have had to do some mental gymnastics to give myself the permission to be that financially irresponsible in that time. But I'm also not planning on going for extras. And the reason is the fin, which is essentially like the whole sort of, I guess, point of the board, so to speak, design-wise, is there's a lot of money that went into the machining of the fin, and the fin itself is the one thing I'm kind of iffy on. Like, if they got rid of the fin and just had it be a straight rectangle and it was cheaper and the machining cost for that was gone, I actually would have gone for it. Like, I like how it sounds, and I like the mounting options that it has. It's literally just the fact that all this cost went into the fin, and the fin itself is the thing that I'm kind of like, on. Yeah. Mechland is a great vendor too. Dude, Mechland is honestly one of the top in Canada as well. Mechland, I don't know if you guys know this. Hi, Aaron. Thanks for joining, man. So I don't know if you guys know this, but there's sort of like an informal secret with Mechland. And I say informal because it's like not written anywhere, and you never know when it's going to happen. But if you order from Mechland, every once in a while, and here's the thing, I've validated this with other people, so it's not just me. Every once in a while, you'll just get random cool shit thrown into your package. It's like, it's kind of like you're playing a lottery. Like, you just order, you go about your day, you order, but like every once in a while, you'll just find like a random desk mat or some random extra switches or like whatever. Like, it's the coolest thing, because like, I remember ordering once and I just got like 100 switches, random 100 switches just thrown in my package. This is like a year ago. I remember once I ordered, I got a random desk mat, just a random desk mat thrown into my package. It was just like, you have no idea what's going to happen, but it's like an awesome little thing. It's like nobody talks about it, right? Or it's not announced anywhere on the store. It's not an official thing, but it's like every once in a while, you just get like, surprise, new thing thrown in your package. It's great. It's really great. Yeah, the fin is the point of it, but it's not for everyone. Yeah, sure. Mechland sent me the keys to their Lambo with my last Switches order. It was great. 100%, they always take care of me. I had a problem with the PCB once, and they resolved it in a day. Yeah, so I had a similar problem, and Mechland was actually the one that encouraged me to get into soldering in the beginning. And he like sort of helped me out with the fix, and then sent me a little gift for handling the problem. It was, anyways, whatever. I love I appreciate him. Okay, so let's take a look at the fossil. Alright, let's unload this first. Now, the thing is... Got some little bits and bobs, fine. We have JSTs and O-ring, fine. We have our stabs, fine. Okay, PCB snap, fine. Okay. We have our PEI plate. We have... Ooh. Oh, that is neat. I love these little touches, these like little cards that they throw in. Very cool. There. We have our alu plate. And I think we're going to skip it in favor of the PEI plate, because I think PEI on PEI is the move. We then have our hot swap PCB. Ooh, look at this. That looks fun. Okay. Ooh. This has a nice weight to it. Oh. Look at that. Nav, Abby said you look so old. Yes. I am Unk. Dude, I turned 40 this year. Isn't that nuts? I turned 40 this year. Like, it's wild for me to think about. Okay. Let's take this out and let's look through it. I want to look at this a bit more. Okay. Wow. Guys, this has a texture. Oh, this feels nice. This feels nice in a way that PC doesn't. Like this has a, I don't know if you can see this. Can you make it out? Like the texture is like, there's a, I don't know if you can quite make it out, but like there's a texture to it. BRB gonna go cry in a corner. Oh man. Just look at this. And the way they patinaed the metal as well to, oh man, I'm experiencing some regret right now. Wow. Oh, that is so cool. Has a, you can kind of feel the print on it or whatever that is, the laser, I'm not sure, but it has like a very tiny kind of slight texture to it. It's not perfectly smooth. And then the PEI itself, yeah, Glenn, you're right, it's like, it's kind of almost exactly like a fossil stuck in amber, like you're kind of taking this fossil out of the amber. Like, holy moly. I am oh boy. Yeah, I should have bought it. I regret. Scythe man, I regret. I have so much regret. Wow. This looks so cool. Guys, I don't know how to explain this in person. I don't know how much of this comes through on the camera, because like the texture of this is different than PC. PC has like a smoothness to it that this quite doesn't quite have. But then also in particular, it's the weight, the metal weight, the steel weight. I don't know whether this is like painted or patinaed. I'm not sure what they did to this, but this looks really cool. Now, okay, I'm gonna let you guys in on the build. The build is fun. So everything's been spec'd out. There are no votes. Here's the build. So we have HMX Aperols. It's part 1. We have Skidata with the alert kit. And to top it off, we have a yellow O-ring that you're going to hopefully be able to see through the PEI around the corner. All right. And then we have the PEI plate as well. So that's the build. Okay. So it'll be the Snake60 Fossil with the HMX Aperols on the PEI plate with the yellow O-ring, and then KKB Skidata with the alert kit. I think this is going to look awesome. I'm really excited. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, let's put this away. Alright. Orange O-ring would have looked cooler, but they're too stiff for my taste. Okay. I've actually found that like I went through a bit of a phase with gaskets and O-rings. When I first joined the hobby, I found myself preferring stiffer gaskets. But I found myself, just purely from a sound perspective, preferring the sound of the softer O-rings and the softer gaskets. And so what I enjoy, what I personally really like, is the feel of the stiff O-rings and the stiff gaskets, but the sound of the softer ones. Oh, dude, RedTube, you're right. This would probably look really good with modern matte too. Now, I'm not personally a fan of the standoffs. I don't like how, I'm not too sure if they're necessary, but it's possible with the O-rings they will be. But I'm just not really a fan of them. So I don't know, Mr. Meckland, what your take is on standoffs. You said that you couldn't hear me, so I'm gonna ask in chat. Alright, let's see what he says. Never stand off. Perfect. I agree. Never stand off. Now, normally I like to put on the feet at the end, but Phoenix gave me a little bit of shit for that last stream, and so we are going to put the feetsies on at the start this time. But also, the other thing that I guess technically he's right on is that, and actually this is the other reason, is that when you put the standoffs at the end, because you've taken the board out of the case, it's possible that something will scratch the bottom of the board. And because this is a plastic case, that's also even more possible. So we're going to put the feet on in the beginning, partially because I don't want to, well, not partially, mostly because I do not want to scratch this beautiful case. I'm streaming on TV and I have the same stream on PC where I can type. Ah, okay, got it. Perfect. Hey Nav, I'm working out right now, but I have you in the background. This is such a beautiful board when done. So I agree. Thank you for having me on in the background. You know what's funny is when I work out, I have two different modes. One is like super hardcore focus mode, but the other is like kind of like off day mode where I'm at the gym, but I'm not really like feeling the exercise. And when I'm kind of not feeling it, it's usually keyboard streams or keyboard videos that's on in the background. So I kind of do the same thing. The only problem is that when I am feeling it, when I'm like very high energy in the gym, I can't do keyboard shit. Like I need music. I need like actual music that amps me up and pumps me up. Oh, hey, Gabot. Hey, man. Thanks for joining, dude. I see the feet are extra small and keeping up with this. Yeah, dude, they're tiny. They're quite small. And I don't know if you can tell, but they also are, they kind of have a bit of an angle to them. So it's not like you have to put them in with a specific orientation because they're kind of angled on the sides. See, I don't know if you can make it out, because like, yeah, you can see here, right, how it's kind of like sort of angled to the side. There we go. Perfect. Hey Weesh, I have a little advice about Snoopy Noodle 60. Tell me, what is your advice? Yeah, like a parallelogram, that's it. Or like a trapezoid? I don't remember. One of the two. What do you got for me, Weesh? Weesh, do you have one? I didn't know you had one. Okay. Just making sure this is properly put in. I had to Google it. I remember in elementary school, like way back in the day, we had to study shapes, right? And they had you learn like all the different types of shapes and trapezoids and parallelograms and all that stuff. Dude, there was so much stuff that we learned in school, or that I learned in school, that was just totally useless in life. Like, most of the stuff that they said I would remember. Okay, I'm sure you guys remember. Okay, I can't be the only one. There has to be others here that are, like, generally speaking, born in my decade, so born in the 80s, right? Remember when they had you do math? You had to memorize your, like, math and times tables and all that? You know, whatever, 4 times 4, etc., right? You had to memorize all of that because they said, oh, you're not going to have calculators later in life, so you got to memorize your times tables, and like, oh, you have to learn these stupid shapes. Like, do you know how often any of that has been relevant for me later in life? None of it. And the actual stuff that I legitimately wish they taught me, they didn't teach at all. Like, you know, one thing would have been great to learn is financial literacy. Imagine if they taught us about investment and stock markets and money management. Like, you know what I didn't use is like algebra. Never used algebra. Didn't use algebra at all. Do you know what I didn't use? Calculus. I didn't use any of that stuff. I barely use addition. Like, even if it, like, the second we go into like 3-digit number addition, I'm just using calculator. Like, why bother? The stuff I really needed, none of them taught me. Insane. Like, I get a little worked up thinking about it. Like, guys, like, think about it. Think about how much time you spend in school, all right? Think about how much time you've spent in school, all the time that you spent learning stuff that was not relevant. Like, the level of failure, like, seriously, the amount of time that I spent in school learning stuff that was totally useless, right? Insane. Financial literacy, right? Learning about credit cards and how debt works. All that stuff would have been super, super useful. Like, do you know what would have been useful? Like, I'm not even joking. A class on folding your clothes. That would have been useful. Teach me how to fold clothes, bro. Like, just nuts. Like, seriously. Oh, you know what else would have been useful? Communication. A class on communication. That would have been super useful. Imagine if in school, in like high school, when you're learning and you're learning how to be social, they did a class that was like, here's how you talk to people, and here's how you communicate, and here's how you can convey an emotion. Just imagine just like a conversation class. Like, here's how you talk respectfully to other people. Here's financial literacy. Like an actual, just. What? You don't write poetry with the skills you learned? No, T, I don't. Yeah, I don't remember most of it, but time to time I run into something like this shape and I go, yeah, so like every once in a while, right? There's like something I learned in school that like is like a random fact. It's like, oh, I learned this shape. It's like, okay, great. This only applies to blocker Snake60. When putting the PCB into the case, it is very easy to scratch the forehead part of the case with the hot swap socket. Not too common on the Win key, but on the ones with, oh yeah, I imagine, right? Because like with the blocker version, you kind of have to like fit it in and then push it down like this, as opposed to just slotting the whole assembly in. So like that kind of makes sense to me. I'm gonna be extremely careful with this. Is this my first commission? No, it's my second commission. This is my second commission. And we are going to baby this board, and like, we're going to treat it with a lot of care. I will never live it down. If this board gets back to Mr. Meckland in one iota of a slightly different condition. So we are going to put it in the cat's seat. The cat normally sits here. We're going to put it there, right here. Has a nice little desk pad. Great. +1 on communication, exactly. Dude, manners and common sense would have been so good. Just a common sense class of like just life. Like imagine as like a 14 or 15-year-old, they give you a class on like, here, so when you travel, like here's how it works and here's what you need to be, like a traveling class would have been great. Imagine a traveling class, like here are the different, like, you know what I don't want is history. Okay, you know what, history, I take it back. History I think is good. I take it back. History is good. But you know what it would have been great is like, not instead of history, like a class on the present. That would have been good. A class on the present that talks about like different cultures that exist in the world and what you expect when you travel. That would have been nice. Okay. We'll deal with this later. For now, I'll put this away. Alright guys, we are about to start the longest part of the stream. And for those that are new here, that is what? Someone knows. Stabs, yeah. The part that takes me 2 hours is stabs. I don't know why, but always takes me a long time. Is this where we find out a lot of people don't travel outside of their own country? Aaron, I think that's a uniquely US thing, by the way. Oh, Weesh, you're right. Nutrition, 100%. You nailed it. Nutrition would have been a phenomenal class. They lock it behind university. Okay. Sorry, we're going back to this. So, just to be clear, we get rid of math, right? We leave math like super basic. We get rid of that. Nobody needs math. Later in life, it's all calculator. So we just give them the basics. That done. Financial literacy, replace math. Okay. Nutrition replaces like whatever the hell, like PE or sex ed or whatever the hell they do. Sex ed, we need that. But like nutrition class, boom. If they taught me proper nutrition in school, I would be in a totally, as opposed to like struggling with weight my entire life. No, Aaron, I don't think we need math, man. Like, I think math, in theory, for the sake of math, is useless. But if they weave math into a financial literacy class and they say, here's math used practically, Alquan, I agree. PE would have been important. I agree. But instead of PE, if they have like a sports component, I guess fundamentally my point is that what I want in school, and this is what I would want for my own kid who's like on his way into this world in the next like couple months, what I want is all of the theoretical stuff that they did. I want the theoretical stuff applied practically. I want practical, like real world application. So I don't want a math class. I want a finance class, right? Like I don't want a generic PE class. I would rather have like, I don't know, like hiking or like, I don't know, something concrete where they actually, like sports is fine. Where they make you learn a sport, like something that's like skill based. So that's like, yeah. Okay. Math is the language that science uses to explain itself. I have never heard it put that way before, but it makes sense. I'd say math is pretty important. Too many people rely on calculators. I'm not sure about that. Like, I think the way the world is working is you kind of need to the way the world is moving, you kind of need to understand the basics of things in order to operate systems and tools. But like, I don't need to understand a whole lot about how computers work at a technical, physical level in order to be able to operate a computer. Also, Mr. Meckland, if you can hear me, what is your preferred config for your board? My default is full backspace with split right shift and a 7U. I assume you want a 7U, but you can let me know what your preferred config is, and we will build it so. I should have asked all this stuff before, by the way. I have no idea why I didn't. But I guess we're doing it live. To operate a calculator, you need to understand how to perform calculations, or else you're just following blindly. Yeah, but why? Why do I need to know how to perform calculations? Like I don't need to understand the details of like how a CPU works in order to use a CPU in my computer, right? Like I don't need to understand the ones and zeros behind a calculator to understand to say 300 minus 22 is whatever the hell it is. Okay, order of operations, I agree. There's some very, very basic things that I think are helpful, but like within a practical context. This is like my argument, is it all has to be rooted in practicality. So like order of operations, or like, there's certain basic things that I think, like in order to be financially literate, you need to know some basic things about how math works, right? So on that, I 100% agree with you. But like, guys, I don't need algebra. I've never needed algebra in my entire life. Never. I did not need to memorize my times tables. I never needed that because like calculators became a thing. I use math every day at work for rigging, like Pythagorean, inclined plane. Okay, so I agree, Weish, that some people do need math in their day-to-day, but like my argument would be that that's profession specific, so you need to learn it when you go learn your profession. Because you could be doing something wrong. We do algebra all the time. What do you mean algebra all the time? How do we do algebra all the time? It's just an abstract thought process we don't think of. Okay. That is a good point. I didn't think about that. So the one argument that I do kind of agree with is that beyond the practical application of school, there is an element of like how it sort of changes the way that you think. And so there could be an argument, and keep in mind, I'm not a professional, I'm not an education person, this is just like, you know, the rambling thoughts of a soon-to-be dad. There's something to be said for how school can rewire your brain, so how it like challenges you and like kind of moves you into like more critical thinking. There's something to be said for that. So it's possible that that some of these things that I'm kind of dismissing, it's possible that they have that learning things theoretically and abstractly has a really positive effect on the developmental minds of kids. So like there's an argument to be made there. I guess my fundamental frustration is that I feel like I learned a lot of things in school that were not practically helpful. And I wish that there was more practical stuff. Like I wish they figured out a way to include financial literacy and include what T said about nutrition. Like I wish there was a way to include that stuff, because I think that stuff would have been very, very helpful for me, as opposed to a lot of the stuff like geography, guys. Like I didn't need geography at all. I took geography in elementary school. I did not need it. Like, I'm sorry. Like I have Google Maps now. If I need to look up where a country, like I know where, like roughly where Europe is. I know the countries in Europe. I know like roughly where China is. I know roughly the countries in the area. Like someone said, point to Japan on a map. I could, but how is that useful? I'm never walking there. I'm never driving there. Like, so I don't know how useful geography was. My school had financial literacy and nutrition offered as optional classes you could. Oh, interesting. There probably were those lessons, but we ignored it. I'm absolutely confident that I did not learn financial literacy in school. There is not a single school that I ever attended, and I moved around quite a bit. Not a single one of them had a financial literacy class. Now, give me a second. I'm gonna ping McLand. Give me a sec. I'm late here. What topic are we on? Raymond, we are talking about the education system and what we are taught in school when we are young and how useful or useless we have found that to be in the future. I think it... Oh, Fifi, wait. Fifi, I'm sorry, my dear, but the desk is full. Okay. Whoa. Sorry. There is some stuff happening. Okay. So hi everyone, say hello to Fifi. She wants to visit, but her spot is currently taken. So, alright, you know what? Let's, alright Fifi, I need you to chill. Wait, Navid was once young? Yes, I was once young. Alright, hold on. We're gonna, Fifi, just chill, my dear, please. Okay. Fifi, do not eat the board, okay? Do not want you to... Okay. There you go. Okay. Are you happy? Okay. Hi, Abs. Thanks for joining. Aaron said you called me old. You're right. I am old. It's fine. How many keyboards in your PC? in my PC, like my computer. I went to the Jedi Temple Academy until this one mad guy came in with a laser sword and got... Okay. Y'all are on some energy today. Oh, guys. I was talking to my mom, and she was telling me that she still watches stream, but sometimes the stream gets a little bit too high energy. She's like, Navid, you know, I still watch your stream, but sometimes, Navid, it gets a little bit too much for me. It's a little bit too high energy. I really liked it when things were calm. And I was like, Mom, I can't control that. That's not up to me. It's like, I show up, and then chat brings whatever energy it brings. It's like, I'm just, like, think about it like you're hanging out with friends, right? Like, sometimes you hang out and it's chill, and sometimes you hang out and it's like, and it's not chill, you know? And like, it's so, like, it kind of looks like it's me hanging out, but it's not just me, you know? It's like, there's a whole bunch of people there, and it kind of just kind of works out the way it works out. I did call you old, but then I was told your age. You're not that old, but your beard being so gray makes it look. I know, and I kind of lean into it. I don't know, like I deliberately lean into it, right? Like I'm sure if I shaved it all off, it would change things. Fifi, what are we doing, my love? Okay. This is no, Fifi, I'm sorry. Okay. I don't know how to do this, but yes, yeah, it's dual shot. Inkblot is dual shot. It's dual shot with Matrix Noose. I fixed it for those that joined late. I fixed the noose. It sounds good now. And by the way, Meklan, did you reply earlier? I asked you about the layout. Did I miss your reply? Is it 7U split right full backspace? What's the config for your fossil, my dude? I assumed 7U, and I assumed split right, but the full backspace versus split is my preference, and I don't remember what your use case is or how you do it. All right, let's move this stuff over. You fixed the noose, he said. Oh, Inkblot, yeah, I fixed, but no, I spent the whole beginning of the stream on it. I did a type test. Like if you go back to the VOD, yes, I fixed the noose. We mil-maxed the 1.6 PCB, and the 1.6 PCB literally just fixed it. It's foamless now, it's clacky, it's good. If we have time a little bit later, like after this build, assuming the stabs don't take me 3 hours to do, if we have time, we're gonna do a little rebuild of the noose. Because right now it has Key Geek Cheese V2, and I want to try something else. I'm not sure about the Cheese V2. Yeah, let's take a look. Okay, Mr. McLand. So you're right. 7U is the only option. We can do full right shift or split right shift. We can do full backspace or split backspace. We can do full caps or stepped caps. Whoops. It's fine. Yeah, so full right or split right. Okay, split right. That's the only split. Got it. Please split right. That's the only split. Okay, so that means full backspace, split right shift, 7U, and caps lock, I guess, doesn't matter. We can do that however you want. Cool. Stepped is always great. Got it. I find on most boards, most of the super enthusiast boards, the stepped is always better because of the orientation of the socket. It just sounds better. But personally, the feel of it, I prefer the feel of full, but the sound of stepped, because stepped is usually just... All right, cool. We have our build then. Split right, full backspace, 7U. Nice. Now comes the part that I am sure Elquan is going to give me a little bit of shit for, but we are going to balance the wires. Okay. Alright. So just in case anyone doesn't know what I'm doing, this is basically just a Geon tweak board. It's a flat surface. You can use your phone screen for this. But I always test my spacebar wires on this flat surface. Um, and if I hear a little bit of ticking on the wires, I always like very gently sort of, it's placebo time. I always very gently kind of try to get the wires straightened out. Yeah, you hear that? So like earlier on, right, when I was tapping them, it was giving you a little tiny bit of tick, and now the tick is gone, right? So yeah, that's good. So I always do this because I've had times where I build stabs and I get to the end and it just ticks, even though I know I lubed it properly and I know that it was a wire mistake. And so there are people that don't do this, and I've never done this, but it costs me 5 minutes of time and potential headache later, and it is literally free to do. So I do this every time. And Aaron, I am going to start using BDZ more regularly. Neckline was kind enough to send me some fresh lube, so for sure we're going to use proper lube today. But at this point, this has just become a habit to make sure that my wires are properly done. In particular, it's the spacebar wire. I don't think it's necessary on the 2Us, but in particular for spacebar wires, I still do it religiously, like basically every time. Okay. It used to be much more common years ago, and now most stabs have great wires. I agree. I think that most stabs do have great wires these days. However, I have every once in, like you saw today, right? Like you know, I did a little tap thing, and for sure there was a tiny bit of a, like for sure it was slightly bent. Now, you could argue that that slight bend doesn't matter. Oh, okay, that's too bad. One of the stab housings broke. It doesn't really matter. Like you can see how it's kind of bent up. I'll show you. Doesn't matter because we have spares, but you see here. Yeah, you see there, like one of them fully bent up and the other one didn't. Not a big deal. We'll just pull out the extra. Yeah, newer stabs are thicker. they just like me. I always balance my wires. Why not be sure they're straight? That is exactly my point. It is literally free to do. It's like, why would you skip it? It's free to do. It takes like, I don't know, you saw like 30 seconds. It doesn't take long at all. So I do it every time. I do it every single time. Well, okay, that's not entirely true. I do it every time I'm doing a sponsored build or a commission build. That I 100% would do it every time. For my personal builds, I do it almost every time. Every once in a while I get lazy and I don't do it, but that's very rare. Very, very rare. To be honest, half of everything I do is useless, so what's another stab? Exactly. Holy moly. That is some... Okay, this is like, okay, this is a very, very minor detail, guys. Very minor detail. But like, this lube, whatever you call this case, doesn't matter. It's glass. This is solid glass. It has weight to it. And so when I took it out and I like held it, I was like, oh, that's quite nice. It's such a tiny, small detail. I think that one's plastic, but this is for sure glass. This is for sure glass. That's very cool. Tiny detail, but very cool. I use the back of my iPhone to balance stabs, as Teha thought. Yeah. So I used to use that, and then I got the Geon tweak board because I saw it and it looked cool. Cat got thirsty. Aaron's gonna teach me how to do... Really? Abby, are you doing your own, like start to finish? Really? That is so cool. I am just now finding out about this, by the way. That is so cool. I'm a big fan. I have been trying to get my wife into keyboards for quite a while. Those of you that are new to stream, My wife likes to stop by stream every now and then. A lot of times when she's out and about, she'll join stream on the car ride when she's like in between places. But I've been trying to get my wife into keyboards for a while. What I do now is I will sometimes take my whole keyboard setup of whatever I'm building or rebuilding, and I'll go to wherever she is. So if she's like doing a project or in the kitchen or wherever she happens to be, I will go set up near her and do my keyboard, switch mod, whatever, near where she is as a way of sort of engaging her in the build process, but also spending time with her. And slowly she seems to be getting more interested, so fingers crossed. I might also have a keyboard buddy at home, which would be very cool. Yeah, the bigger jars are glass because those are likely to be in use for a while. That makes sense. Interesting. I just thought of it now. So live on stream, for those that don't know, by the way, Abby is Aaron's wife. Aaron is, in keyboard terms, one of my oldest friends in the hobby. I've been in the hobby for approaching a year and a half now. Aaron and Phoenix, well, actually my actual two oldest keyboard friends are Finley and Phoenix. Those are like the two probably oldest, I would say. But Aaron is like right there. Actually, no, Aaron and Phoenix, I think I met you guys both around the same time. Oh, guys. Okay, hold on. Guys, I did it. We now have a build command. It's working. We have a build command. It is 3 months that I've been streaming, and I have configured the build command. We also have a Discord command. Oh, god damn it, is it not working? Oh my god. What? How is the Discord command working, but the build command is not working? Oh my god, this is ridiculous. I just did this. I just had this like whole triumphant, like, oh guys, look at me, so proud. Discord build command, it's working. And then it's like not working? What the heckity heck? Chat command. Okay, this is ridiculous. How? No, the Discord command. Oh wait, it did work! It worked! Huh? Sorry, Navid is a bad streamer and didn't config the build command. He's nice though and will tell you it live. It worked! It worked! It worked! Works. There's a cooldown on it, I think, by the way, Raymond, so you might have to wait. Wait, I already did that one. Yeah, so we have a build command now. Doesn't tell you anything, but it's there. We also have a Discord command. That one tells you something. So, yeah. Oh, there's new, I put in new rewards too. New stream rewards. There's like 2 or 3 new ones. So that'll be fun. You know what? I will do a bald command and I will do an unk command. Just for the two of you, I will do it. Actually, you guys need to tell me what I should make in those commands, but you know what? I'll do it. So, I don't actually know if this is necessary, but this is just the way that I've been doing this, like, every time. Jeff from Scooped Bar has a very particular theory about stabs. He doesn't actually do the sides, he only does the front and the back, because according to him, the sides don't actually make contact, it's only the front and the back that makes contact. And so, Jeff only does front and back, and not sides. I do all of it. I do front, back, and sides, because that's kind of the way that I've always done it. I should probably experiment with only doing the front and back one of these days, just to see how it works out for me. But these Wuche stupid stabs, the maze stabs, are my favorite brand personally. They've just been the most hassle-free, trouble-free stabs, and I just always use them. And I've always done them this way. I do the inside of the housing, all sides, with a very light coat. And then I do the stem sides with a very, very light coat. And that's all there is to it. For cherry stabs, Alex lubes the stem and not the housing. Interesting. So I don't dislike them. I do like cherry stabs, but I just don't use them. So if you can kind of peek at this, you can kind of see it's like it glistens, right? Like, yeah, there you go. You can kind of see, like, it's definitely shiny, right? But it's not like a glob of white. That's basically the level of lube, that you can kind of see the glisten, and that's about it. And that's what I do for my stabs. Nav, did you get a new cam setup? Everything is looking crisp and sharp. Really? So, I did not get a new cam setup. However, one thing that Mikey was telling me, for those that don't know, Mikey Types is a YouTuber who does keyboards, who also started streaming a couple months ago. Good friend of mine. He's been doing this for a while, and so what he told me is that the most important thing is lighting, because the more and better lighting that you have, essentially the better quality your video is. And so my camera setup is the same. The only difference is that instead of just using the studio lighting, I also have overhead lighting, and today I turned on the overhead lighting. And so in the office, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 overhead lights that are like kind of set in rows. Normally I have it turned off, but for today, I turned it all on. I don't know why, but I did it, and I have a feeling that is what you're noticing. It's the overhead lighting in combination with the studio lighting that has made the quality of the camera improve. I think that's it. Is the stupid stabs better than the Neo ones? I'm considering to grab the Wuche stabs. So I've personally never had problems with the Neo stabs. However, some people have had a lot of problems with Neo stabs. I've heard that Neo stabs can be quite inconsistent. So I personally have not had an issue, but I've heard that they're inconsistent. The Wuche stabs, these ones are just like, so these stabs are basically just my favorite stabs for a few reasons. Number one is I like how they sound 95% of the time. There's a couple instances where they don't always sound the best. Like on my F1, they weren't the best. But 95% of the time, or 99% of the time, I don't know, these stabs have been good for me. The other thing is that they're just like super easy to use. I've actually experimented with not lubing these stabs at all and just putting them in stock, and it's actually worked out good for me. Like, I'm not even joking. I've experimented with just assembling them, putting them in stock, and it's actually worked. So they're like very low hassle. The wires often don't need tuning. I do it anyways, but the wires have been good. And the thing that ties it all together for me is that they're cheap. These stabs are not super expensive, whereas the night stabs that everyone loves can get quite pricey. These ones are usually fairly inexpensive. So on top of the fact that I like how they sound and they've been problem-free for me, they're also not super expensive. And so as a result, these ones have been basically my favorite since I started. We'll see. Makes a very big difference. The camera is utilizing a lower ISO, lower f-stop, which improves the sharpness to a point. Lower light, higher ISO, softer footage. So I don't know what any of those terms means, but my understanding matches what you said, which is brighter lights, better quality. I've never been able to tune Neo stabs, but I also can't tune Cherry. It's a skill issue. Maybe. I think in general, getting them tick-free is a skill thing, but one thing I have noticed is that stabs 100% sound different. Different stabs will have a different sound to them. And so, the maze stabs, for example, I actually objectively, personally prefer the sound of the maze stabs. I like how they sound. The only exception was one time on the F1, they did not sound good, and I replaced them with night stabs, and that fixed it. So, the one exception. Navi, have you had the chance to try the DS stabs? I have not. Normally when I get a sponsored build, I will use the stabs that they came with. The DS stabs will either be next week or 2 weeks from now. Next week I have a sponsored build. Well, actually it's not sponsored. I don't know. It's the Equilibrium 60. It will be next Saturday. And I will probably use the DS stabs on that build unless Chester sends me his own stabs that he wants me to use. Mechland, I do have a stem holder. I just don't use it. Yeah, I just don't use it. Sorry about the noise, guys, by the way. There's, what's it called? Work being done next door. So you might hear the buzzing of, you know, electrical equipment and all that stuff. Not much I can do about it. If it gets really bad, let me know and I can try to bring the volume of the mic down for a bit. But it kind of is what it is. Alright, let's put this away. So my client, I do have stem holders, I just don't use them. Hasn't really been, I don't know. I do sometimes use them when I'm modding switches. When I'm modding switches, I'll use them, but for stabs, I don't really use them. Tell ChatGPT to explain the exposure triangle to you, basis of all photography. I will do that. Cherry stabs, I use 205G0 for tuning the stem, and dielectric. So I used to use dielectric for the wire all the time. But Phoenix and Elquan, I think, convinced me to switch over to BDZ, which I think is what I'm going to be doing from now on. You'll like them, super easy to get them, perfect. Are you talking about the stem holders, Mechland? I'm open to trying them, but it's just hasn't really been, like, my hands have been fine. Hasn't been an issue for me. First time in the stream, welcome Taco. What keycaps are those on the built keyboard? So that's GMK DualShock. I'm not sure if it's in stock, but you'll find it on OmniType, and Desk Hero, I believe, has both. Oh, the DS stabs. Okay, yeah. I'll try them. I'll try them, for sure I'll try them, but I've been saving them for a stream, because I kind of want to go through it with everyone live, and a lot of times my streams, the stabs are either provided, and I use the stabs that were provided. I think my stem holder is from Mechland years ago. Yeah, dude, it's funny, huh? Like, so Mechland sent me the lube from this stream, but like the, you know, these cases and the brush and... Whew, guys, that was a sneeze. That was a, whew, like that was a big one. That was like... Ooh. You guys ever sneeze so hard that it like hurts your chest a little bit? Like every muscle is just like, boom. Yeah, Mechland, I cut it. No, I muted it. I caught myself like just in time. I muted the mic and then I sneezed. Yeah, hurt your back sneezing, exactly. Like, sometimes they're rough. Ooh. Is that BDZ for the wires? Yes, Taco. The way that I do my stabs now is I use 205G0 on the housings and the stem, and I use a very light coat, which you can see, a very light coat of BDZ on the wire. I used to use, and I still sometimes might use, dielectric grease on the wire. The problem with dielectric grease is that it settles and it migrates. It's a bit less viscous, whereas the BDZ doesn't. It just kind of sticks on the wire. So I would always use BDZ on a commission build. So we did a commission build for Mechland, the Snake60, that'll be like a full sort of pseudo pre-built that'll be getting sold on the website. That one I also use BDZ because I don't want the lube to move around for whoever ends up buying that board. And since this one's a commission as well, I'll use BDZ because I don't want Mechland to have to like re-lube these in the future. But for my personal builds, sometimes I use dielectric. I actually kind of like the sound of dielectric. I don't know how to explain it, but I kind of think dielectric has a sound to it, and I like it. So we'll see. Dielectric is a disaster lube. I know. It's not. It is not the best, but I personally have I kind of like it. Yeah, the sea bass you built will go up with the extras next week. Ooh, the extras are going up. Interesting. I wonder how quickly those are gonna go. Hi, Loki. Hi, buddy. Hello. Want to give me a kiss? Who's a good boy? The dog has come and said hello. Abby, have you seen Loki? Have you seen my dog? He's a very good boy. Okay, yeah, I know what he wants. Okay, we're gonna take let me, he is a golden, yes. So hold on, let me just put this stab in the housing. Let's get this done, and then I will introduce dog, okay? Okay. Yes, T, you got it. It is treat time. Shit, I said the word. He heard me. He knows too. Loki, don't worry. Okay. Come. Who's your good boy? Hi. Who's your boy? Okay. So I got into a little bit of trouble last time. Nope, Loki, go to your bed. So I have this like little ball, Loki, go to your bed, that I give him. Ugh. So it's kind of gross, but it's like basically looks like this, and the inside is hollow. And inside, I put a frozen pumpkin thing. It's kind of gross, but this is what it is. So it's like this little frozen ice tray of like frozen pumpkin. And what we do, is we put so then, check it out. So we have our little frozen little thing, right, the little ball, all right? Okay, come here, hey. Okay, be gentle, okay. So then he takes his little ball and he goes to his bed. Go to your bed, Loki, go to your bed. And that's what we do. So we give the little doggo his little ice tray, and then doggo is happy. Oh. Hello everyone. You guys joined at a very good time. Thank you, Simon, for the raid. I appreciate you. So that was Loki. Loki is our special golden boy, and he now has his little treat, and he's going to be living in bliss for the next 15-20 minutes. And he does the whole trick for him is to try to get that little kind of nugget out of the board. Now, for the raiders that joined us, this is the build for today. All right. So we have our Snake60. This is a commission build from Mechland. Conan, Eisenheim, Drugger, and yeah, welcome guys. Thanks for joining. Hey Keyboard Dad, thanks for joining. So this is the build. So it is a commission Snake60, the Fossil Edition. This thing looks absolutely insane. I am really enjoying the look of this thing. And as is tradition, we've been building stabs for the last 45 minutes. You know, I'm happy to say I got one stab done. So at this rate, we'll be done tonight. Dude, Monka, I am feeling some deep regret looking at this board because Keyboard Dad got one as well. He's posted about it. I'm feeling regret. I'm definitely feeling some regret about this board. Yeah. Anyways. How many stabs are there in total? So the stab set comes with, I believe, a spacebar stab plus 4. And for this board, we're building a spacebar plus 3. So it's left shift, enter, and backspace are the 2 U stabs. And then we have the spacebar, so it's 4 in total. Yeah. I saw his and I should have gotten it. I know. My only thing with this board is just it was a very expensive board, and I have a little bit of trouble with the super expensive ones. So, however, in retrospect, I think if I had gotten it, I would have been super happy with it, and so I might need to start revisiting my position on the very pricey ones, because I don't think I would have regretted this. We'll see, right? We'll see, but everything I've heard from the type tests and the sound tests and stuff, it's very good. Ray 65, by the way, Aaron, I am very much considering, especially now that I've gotten this on hand, if they do a PEI version of that, because you mentioned that it was like PC, right? It was going to be a PC version, so we'll see. We'll see. I guess you're right, Abs. So 3 hours to do the stabs. You're right. It won't take that long. So if we're lucky, we'll get to a type test by dinner. We just chat. Now, sell your noose and look for a snake. Eisenheim, the problem is that the noose, the value of the noose plummeted, and it plummeted very quickly. So this thing is going up on Mech Market for I've seen it for I think Finley sold his for 250 with an extra PCB. The market has crashed for this, so I don't think the noose is gonna sell. And especially now that I finally fixed the thing, and I've gotten it sounding good, I kind of want to enjoy it now. I don't want to turn around and sell it so quickly after I fixed it. I'm actually enjoying it now for the first time. I did a type test at the beginning of the stream. It sounds decent now. And if we have time, I'll do a little bit of a rebuild, because I'm not super happy with the Cheese V2s in it. I want to try one of the HMX tactiles on it. I think it'll do much better. It's already good now, but I think it'll do way better. There won't be a PEI Ray 65, I'm positive. Maybe they'll do a special version later. I need some blue cheese. Monka, I know Kibe announced recently that within the next 2 weeks he'll have blue cheese in stock, if you're looking for them. It's a very, it's still my favorite Thocky, deeper switch. There we go. Nice. With the Ray 65, by the way, even if there isn't a PEI version, if there's a Alu version, I think I would still be down. I've learned that when it comes to PC, I can be quite finicky. You alright there, Loki? Yeah, he's not he keeps trying to. I closed the door to keep him in here, because the last time he took his little ice whatever ball with him upstairs, he got frozen pumpkin all over the carpet, and now the carpet has like a little faint orange stain because of him. So whenever I give him his little ball, I lock him up in here with me so that he can get through the frozen pumpkin here and doesn't get me in trouble with my lovely wife and the carpet. I wish Kibe got the Gat lanes again. You know what's funny is some people really loved them. I really did not enjoy them. I actually ended up giving mine away. It was definitely an interesting experience, but it's like, if you want an Alps-like experience, I would just get Alps. Especially now that we have people like Finley out there that are popularizing it and doing commissions and stuff. Like, I think the whole appeal of the Gat lanes, the whole point of them was to try to bring like Alps to MX switches, that Alps tactile feel. But I don't know. Personally, I would think that if you like them that much, you would just, or at least for me, that's kind of how I felt about it, is like, if I ended up liking them that much, I'll just use my Alps board. So. The board is already not releasing in Korea, Japan. I doubt Toru wants to take the risk twice. Interesting. Interesting. Nice, glad to hear. We'll revisit the stream VOD later. Gotta go take care. No problem, Eisenheim. Thanks for joining, man. What is the noose? The noose is the board in front of you. I fixed it, Nikyu. And the fix was pretty simple. Get a 1.6 mil PCB. That was the fix. Alright, guys. I think this is a record for me. 40 minutes for stabs. Because we started at 1, and we babbled for a bit. I think 40 minutes is a record. To do stabs, I'm pretty pleased. Pretty pleased? I am pretty pleased. Pretty pleased. I don't know why that's tripping me up, but it's tripping me up. Okay. There's also one less stab this time. Yeah, that's true. One less stab, one less opportunity for me to get sidetracked, so. Okay. Let's take a short break. Stabs are done. By the way, not sure if Nana told you. What did he not tell me? Your gamer kit will probably come before Mango sends the base. That's so funny. Did you get your meta keep already? I did, actually. I got the GH60 kit. I think I'm going to put it either in the Frog Lagera or in a Chroma. In a Chroma. Chroma 60, I think. It's an O-ring board. So, we'll see. But the meta keeps thing is like, it's like a 3, 4, 5 month group buy, right? So, it'll take a while. GH60 is not the JST version, right? I think it does have JST. No? No, it's not. I thought it did have a JST connector, because it's O-ring, right? For O-ring, you can't use the USB-C. It has to be JST, I thought, because of the flex. Left side. No, I know. So I know it has a left side USB, but I thought it also had a JST connector. Charles said he did write Q3, but it will be early Q3, late Q2. Interesting. You can use USB-C with O-ring. I didn't know that. I thought that because of the flex of the O-ring, you had to use JST. I didn't know that you could do the USB port on the PCB. Interesting. No. F1 is different though. The F1 mounting style is different. From like, because that's the F1 is kind of like a sandwich mount, right? It's a sandwich mount O-ring, right? So you have O-ring on top and bottom that's squeezing the plate together. So it's like less flexy than like a standard O-ring, right? Because like the super flexy O-rings, like it actually moves the PCB up and down like a noticeable amount. And whatever, I could be wrong. I could very easily be wrong. Okay. Let's get back to it. Who's a good boy, Loki? It's the same in practice. They make the USB port bigger than the USB connector so it moves with the flex. Oh, interesting. I built my Metacubes, but I'm having issues. Apparently the first spacebar wires. What kind of issues, Nikki? What was the problem with the spacebar wire? My spacebar isn't returning. Interesting. Huh. This will be my first, the Metacubes thing will be my first kit. So I haven't actually ever built EC. I've used it at a meetup, but that was it. I put in heavier domes and it got better, but it's still there. Interesting. No, I've never had that experience. I had spacebar binding with the desk key spacebar. Interesting. Give me a sec. I'm gonna grab a little doohickey. Charles told me to grab a desk key or OEM wire. Interesting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to mine. It'll be my first. And we'll see how it goes. Already working on that article to help. Ooh, that'll be great, Hector. So for those that don't know, Hector's a bit of an EC nut, and regularly posts sound tests of his latest EC build on the Discord server, and he has started to do. At least right now it seems like written content, but maybe he'll transition to video as well. But he started to create content specifically for EC, and I'm actually looking forward to it to help me because I don't actually know anything about EC. Okay, Loki, are you done? Okay. He just wants me for his treats. That's what. You can go. It's okay. Go. He's looking at me through the crack in the door. Stabilize the cam. I'm getting seasick. Oh, sorry. Probably because I walked by and there was some. Sorry about that. I think it'll just have to. I think that's better. Right? Yeah. That's funny, huh? Literally just me walking was enough to like me walking by it was enough to get it, whatever, shaky enough that it like started to wobble. That's kind of funny. And it's like on a tripod on the ground, huh? Very funny. Charles has made a guide. Interesting. Okay. Now have I sent you the GX60 guide from Charles? Okay, I'll take a look. Awesome. Yeah, Hector, yours I'm looking forward to for sure. I'm very curious what direction you're going to take the content that you're creating. Do you have a current favorite HMX switch? Do I have a single favorite? I don't think I have a single favorite. For me, I have groups of favorites, and my taste varies quite a bit over time. So, I will tell you. Hold on. Give me a second. Let's see what I have. HMX. Alright, I'm going to tell you some of my favorites right now. Hydra for sure. K01. Longjing S. Valerians. Sunset Gleams V2. I think those are probably my top right now. Oh, and the Snowfalls. Actually, maybe Snowfall over Hydra. Maybe not. I'm not sure. But right now, those are my favorites. It's the HMX Light Tactiles that I've been like very, very much into lately. Oh, the Aperols. The Aperols are the ones that are going in this build. And I've used them in the Oblique. I love the Aperols. Those are great too. Now, what switch would you use with Minerva LX Alu Plate? So I actually have a Minerva LX NICU. I haven't built it yet. It's sitting in the corner over there waiting to get built. I don't know. I'm not sure what switches to put on it. I don't actually know much about the sound profile of that board, so... Oh, I screwed up. Who spots the screw up? Anyone spot the screw up? It's a very small screw up, but it's a screw up. I'll give you a minute. Alex liked Milky Yellows. Yeah, but dude, Milky Yellows are like Alex's favorite switch, and no shade, but like, the problem is that you got it. It's split right shift was the build, so I put the stab on the wrong thing. Alex just loves Milky Yellows, right? So like, I think we would be hard pressed. This might be a slight exaggeration to find a build that he doesn't like Milky Yellows in, because it's literally his favorite switch. He said it multiple times. I'm not a fan of Milky Yellows. I think they're too quiet. Unless they're lubeless, unlubed Milky Yellows, maybe. But I don't know if anyone does that. Yeah, I don't know if I would do Milky Yellows, dude. But I don't... Honestly, for the Minerva, I'm leaning towards a light tactile. But I've been in a big light tactile phase lately. Alright. We're good. Keyboard Dad, it is a PEI plate. That is the plate that we're using. That's going to be PEI on PEI. With Aperols, with KKV Skidata, with PEI, with a yellow O-ring. I got that one too, but didn't use it. Yeah, dude. Here's the thing. I kind of think it has to be PEI. Like, you know, like, I just think it'll like work really well together thematically. Oh, K-Tech. Dude, PEI keycaps. I would love... You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I wonder why someone hasn't tried that yet. I think PEI keycaps would be great. I'm a big fan. We need a full PEI switch and PEI keycaps next. Yeah, 100%. Alright, I'm sorry, Neckland. I'm mangling the bag. I hope you're okay. I'm not sure PEI can be injection molded. Oh. You have to CNC them. It's going to be super expensive. I didn't think about that. You might be right. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder if it has to be, yeah, I wonder. It's a good question. We'll be like, yeah, so for sure it'll be expensive. But I don't know. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I also wonder how they will sound. That's one of my bigger questions, is I wonder how PEI keycaps will sound. Guys, we are getting close. This is an O-ring build, so there actually isn't a whole lot to do. Once the switches are in, we're kind of almost basically live. There isn't much left. Nice. One thing I do remember about these Aperols is that they do fit tight. I've noticed this with new HMX, by the way. New HMX seems to fit quite tight. PI plate enjoyers, what builds do you like with it? I have one for my 65 CU, but haven't found a build. Interesting. I've used it on 2 boards so far, the 80 CU, and I love it on the 80 CU. And the noose, actually. And I really liked it on the noose, too. So I'm personally a PEI convert. Some materials don't really work because they need a bit of flex to fit. Oh, otherwise they crack. Yeah, that might actually be a problem with this because I heard that the PEI is like a stiffer plastic. So actually that might be a problem, right? So maybe that's it. Maybe that's why it won't happen. Good point. Nav, you may want to hold the back of the sockets, sure. But I think honestly, dude, I think we'll be okay because the fit that's tight, it's not on the PCB, it's on the plate. Worst case scenario, I don't know if you remember, but we've had to repair a hot swap socket. So if something does happen, don't worry, we can repair it. But we will do it like so. The problem, I think, by the way, is the plate fitment. I heard a couple people had their sockets popped. Oh, interesting. Yeah, but Mechline, so for sure I'll do it, but don't worry. If that does happen, I have repaired more than a few. If Nav breaks one before Mikey, I would be surprised. NICU, I actually have popped quite a few sockets in my day. I think in total I've probably popped maybe 4 or 5 now in my total career. 4 or 5? 3 or 4, something like that. But they're very, very easy to repair. It's like, I think a popped socket is like a popped socket is the easiest repair you can get. Because it's literally just adding a bit of solder and like pushing it back down. A broken socket is a little bit more annoying because you have to, what's it called? Remove the old one and then, you know, solder on a clean one. So that one's a little bit annoying, but it's still fine. Tutorial on how to fix hot swap sockets. So that's not a bad idea. It might be a fun stream to do a PCB repair. I'm open to it. Haven't popped one either, but I have had to transplant one. Interesting. No, I have had to transplant sockets. So on the Molly 60 that I also got from Mechland, I wanted to switch it from full backspace to split. No, from split to full, and I had to remove 2 sockets and transplant one of them to the other. So that was the first time that I actually had to do that kind of a thing. But then since then, I've had hot swap sockets pop off on my Neo boards, on a few boards. It's not uncommon, I guess. It's new HMX though. New HMX does seem to be tighter. I have yet to pop a socket in 3 years. Wow. Yeah. No, I'm a year and a half in, and I've popped quite a few. The problem is that, especially now that that I know how to repair it, I've gotten lazy. Like, I don't always support the back, because the worst case scenario is the socket pops and I just pull out the solder and I put it back on. So I've gotten a little bit lazy. Unless the socket pads lift, that's tricky. Okay, so that I have not encountered. I have seen 1 or 2 people have issues with the pads. If the pad lifts, then I think you're in trouble. Because that my understanding is that's a bit more of tricky repair. So like one thing you'll see here, you see it here, right? So like the plate kind of, so I think the problem, by the way, is that the new HMX switches are a little bit tighter on the plate, not on the PCB itself. So you can literally see it kind of push the plate in to the side. So literally all I'm doing is I'm just like bringing my finger here and I'm just sort of kind of pushing it back up, right? So now that it's sort of fully seated and straight across as opposed to like slightly bowed in. I love the Molly 60 for that. I wish more boards were like that PCB. So Blob, do you mean like they came default with split but allowed you to go back to full? Like that kind of flexibility, is that what you're talking about? So this is something else that I do. So you see I'm supporting the back with the socket. I'm about to push it in, but because I can't put a plate fork because of the position of where this is, it's like in between, I can't fit a plate fork in easily. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put my finger here on the side and I'll kind of support the plate so the plate doesn't bend in as I push, right? So now it's pushed in straight. That's it. I've never popped a socket. I've bent JST before though. As an advice to people, never bend JST. So, EJ, what's that repair like? Like if you have to repair it, what's the repair for a bent JST? Because that's never happened to me. By the way, I just did the same thing again. So like if those that don't know, what I'm doing is I'm pushing it in here, supporting the back here, and then I'm basically just putting my finger under the plate here so that the plate doesn't bend under the switch. That's it. My Geon plate, yeah, so I have one of those. It's actually right over there. I'm looking at it, and I will use it in a moment. But for now, this is fine. Depin and repin the JST connector. That's brutal. Yeah, depending on the severity, you may lose some performance on the specific socket that's jumped, but it's negligible. Interesting. I have to do a socket repair, not a socket repair, but like a wire bridge or whatever it's called. I'm just dreading it. But I have a repair that I need to do where I have to bridge a socket, but yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. Depin and repin the JST connector. The problem is, I don't know if you guys have seen JST connectors. Where's the JST? So the problem is that I don't know if you can see it, but right there, those tiny little pins, it's like such a freaking precise job, like right there on the JST. Like I would never want to do that myself. I'm very, very nervous about that. Two methods. Either you replace the JST with another, or you take a Dremel, open up the top of the socket, and unbend it with tweezers. Oh, that is wild. I really... JST repair does make me a little bit nervous. Get a multimeter and watch the mode video. There's a few other videos... Oh, okay. Cool. You can position your fork one space to the right of you. Oh, yeah, you're right, because you can move the fork to the side to, like, kind of give the side of the plate a bit of support, too. You're right. I took mine to a computer repair shop. He desoldered it, unbent the wire with a microscope. Wow. Just need the right tools. Yeah. So the problem that I have with some of these repairs is that I just straight up, for some of them, I just don't have the right tools for it. And some of them are like if we're talking JST and it's like microscope and all of that, it's slightly, I don't know. It's not a very common repair that I wouldn't want to invest in the tools to be able to do that small of a repair. So, yeah. You have to add thermal tape around it or you run the risk of melting. Yeah, that kind of stuff, it just freaks me out a bit. Honestly, if I ever had to do a repair that required that like micro of movement, I might send it to someone that like I know can do it and just ask them to help. Unless it was like a repair that I didn't care too much about. Like if we're talking like one of those open source PCBs that you can just like get another H60 or whatever, then I might give it a shot. And then worst case scenario, I just like, you know, buy another one. Like, because I think the Snake60, this uses standard O-ring posts, right? I think so, right? Because I think this is a standard... Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. The sides. I'm not sure about the sides. Oh, it is standard H60. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I wonder. I don't know if you guys remember, but like last year, I feel like HMX had... was typically quite loose on PCBs. It was very, very easy to push them in. And I feel like they changed their molds very recently to where now, so here, hold on, I'll show you. Okay. So I do have the Geom thing, so I can just like slide it in here and do it this way. But it's just like a little bit of the pain in the butt for these like ones off to the side. And so for the ones off to the side, I'll just do this. Put my hand here, and I'll just jam my finger in between the plate and the PCB so that it doesn't. That's it. I like when switches sit tight. Yeah, I mean, I think overall it's probably better for sound and everything for the switches to fit tight. But it does just make me a little bit nervous, right? Because sometimes they're like these ones, the Aperols are quite tight, and they're like on a metal PCB. Like for the oblique, when I was putting them in the metal PCB, it was like it was a bit wonky. Hi Nana, this is a Snake Fossil 60 with a PEI plate with HMX Aperols. And we are going to put KKB Skidata on it, and I think it's going to look great. I'm very excited for the sound too, because I have these on the oblique, which is another 60, and it's very, very bright, very, very clacky. Like actually, so I have these on the oblique, and I have these on the oblique with a carbon fiber plate. So, and I love how it sounds. So we can actually pull it up as a comparison point if we want to compare Aperol's oblique carbon fiber plate versus the Snake Fossil Snake. Yeah, this is thematically, this is looking really nice. Okay. Yeah, this is looking pretty sweet. All right, let's put our switches away. Yeah, Nana, me too. I'm really, really grateful that I get to build this. And honestly, when Mechland reached out and said, and basically said, hey, can you do this commission? Initially, I was like, dude, like, are you sure? Like, are you sure you don't want to build this? Because like this isn't even like a, you know, this is not a difficult build, right? Like for sure he could do it. And initially, so this guy reached out, he's like, hey, do you want this commission? And initially, I was like, no, dude, you should do it yourself. This will be such a fun build. Are you sure? Like, I think I asked him, like, are you sure? Like 3-4 times. Because I felt bad for taking the build away from the guy. But it turns out he's just crazy, crazy, crazy busy running the store with, I assume, a job and all that stuff. And, like, I'm assuming a full-time job on the side as well. So it just turns out he's crazy busy and just doesn't have a lot of time to build boards. So now I get the pleasure and the fun of building it. So thank you, Mr. Mechland. Okay. Now, Mr. Mechland, the only thing is that this yellow Yellow O-ring. Looks slightly looser in terms of the thickness compared to the clear one that they provided. And it seems to be slotting into the PCB quite easily. So it's possible this might be a very light, like loose fit. We'll see. You're gonna make Mango jealous. Yeah, maybe. Or he loves you so much he would rather watch you build it. That's possible. It is possible that it is just that. Okay. Guys, we are very, very, very close. Very close. Okay. Sorry guys, give me a minute. I'm just going to put this JST connector in. Dude, Gabat, this internal weight is nuts. Like, nuts, nuts, nuts. I was looking at it in the beginning, like, it's crazy. Like, just look at this, dude. And the texture of the PEI has a texture to it. It's not pure smooth like PC. Like, there's definitely a bit of a texture to this. And it's just the whole thing, it comes together so well. No, NICU. I traded with someone, so I don't have, my Minerva is a beige one. It's a beige copper Minerva. It's not a PEI one. This JST fits slightly tighter than I was expecting, and so I just want to make sure. Yeah, this is interesting. That is weird. That's weird. Hold on a second. The JST is not... The JST is fitting in slightly tighter than what I would expect. Because normally the way it works is that you just kind of, you're able to just sort of fit it in, and then once you kind of have it fitted in, you can push it in the rest of the way. But this one doesn't seem to want to push in the rest of the way, and so I just want to try it with another cable and see if it's a cable issue. Yeah, it's the same thing for both of them. I'm trying to look in the JST, everything looks fine. And the orientation is 100% correct. It's a bit weird. I wonder what the deal is. Yeah, because it slots in initially correctly, right? So you can see here, right? So it slots in correctly, so that initial fit is fine, it goes through. But then what I'm expecting to happen is just to be able to very gently sort of push it in the rest of the way. And it's not slotting in the way I expect it to. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so yeah, you're right, K-Tech. So I'm supporting the rear and it did push in the rest of the way. Okay, no problem. So it just needs a little bit more force. Yeah, that's a little, okay, we're good. But that was a bit weird. This is the first board I've had where the JST didn't just sort of click in, kind of. And it made me a little bit nervous, but I think we're okay. So we're okay. So we'll just do the same thing here. We'll guide it in first, support the back. Okay. Good. Good. Now let's just do a quick test just to make sure that everything's working. And then we will go in the rest of the way. Sometimes the hole is tight. Thanks, Aaron and Elquan. You guys having a moment there? Okay, let's try this. Awesome, we're in business. Perfect. We are in business. Sorry guys, I'm just making sure that this goes in gently. The fit is actually pretty good. What I was worried about with it being too loose is not the case. The fit is quite good. I just need to... Where is... Hold on a second. Go. I like the way the yellow O-ring worked out. Kind of has this nice little framing, because the alternative would have been a clear O-ring, right? Like this guy. And I don't think the clear one would have shown at all. So it's a very nice touch to have this sort of little yellow line all the way around. And Nana, you're right. The switches also look good. That's very cool. And it has a very nice weight to it. Very nice feel. Alright guys. Ooh. So, for those that joined a little later, we are running the Snake60 Fossil Edition with a PEI plate with HMX Aperols that are currently in stock on Mechland. I've tried these switches, they're quite good. Very bright, very clacky, extremely loud. And we're going to be running it with KKB Skidata in O-ring. Now I did see that there was some PCB snaps included, but I'm actually not a huge fan of PCB snaps. I think that sometimes they can be they can be nice, but most builds I have actually found, especially when you're comparing O-ring builds, that the normal O-ring is quite a bit better. The only exception to that I found was the Crush 65. And the Crush 65 PCB snaps were quite good, specifically for the spacebar. I think it did really good on the spacebar. Skidata is on my wish list. Really? I'm waiting for someone to post it for sale. Dude, so I regret, because I saw this on sale on Mechland. It was on sale on Mechland for a while, and I regret not getting the alert kit. So the Skidata set is mine. Mechland has his own at home, but I don't have the alert kit. This is his. But yeah, this is going to be great. Oh, this color matches. Oh, that looks great. Oh, that looks so good. Yeah, the problem, Nana, is the kitting. That's the problem. But even the base kit is gone. I think Mechland had the base for a while, but those are gone too. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna sound great. This is gonna sound really good. I'm very excited. For some reason, this switch, oh. I don't know if you guys can make this out. Can you see this? Do you see right there on the switch pin? I don't know if you can make it out. You see that tiny bit of plastic that's scraped off? I think that's the issue with the new HMX switches. I think the pins, the side pins on the new HMX switches are slightly too big, because you can kind of see there's a tiny bit of plastic that's scratched off right there on the edge of the switch. Because I was looking at this, and the switch in the socket was like a little bit slightly not aligned, like it was kind of off to the side a little bit. So where did my fork go? Where did my plate fork go? Oh, there it is. No problem. I think part of the problem, by the way, is not that the music is too loud. It's more that I wasn't. It's more that I was being a bit quiet. Hold on. Sorry guys, so I'm just gonna pull out the assembly because I want to get the switch back in. I don't want to pop the socket. Hold on. Yami, is that better with the music? Is it quiet enough now? Where did I put the, oh, there it is. Sorry guys, so I've just kind of pulled the assembly out a tiny bit because I want to reseat this particular switch because it wasn't seated properly. There we go. Where did it go? The problem is that I've heard that this material can be easy to scratch. So I'm trying to make sure to use, like, this is like a little plastic jammer thing. I'm trying to make sure I use the plastic to make sure that the O-ring is like properly seated. on the little O-ring posts. Better. Much better. Okay, we're in business. Kamori, thank you for the sub, my man. I appreciate you. Naveed want to go to prom with me. Oh, you know, I did the little. I tried to like make all the lines clean and shaved just in case you asked me, Kamori. But my answer is yes. I would love to go to prom with you. Now the question is, what dress do I wear? Alex, what's clacking, man? How you doing? Thanks for joining. Okay, let's put this over here. We're back in business. Let's put this here. Let's bring this out. Back in business. Let's go. Alex, we are building a Snake60 Fossil edition. This is a commission build from Mechland, so it's Mechland's personal. Ooh. I am pleased as punch. Mango, thank you for the stream. Thank you for the streak. Not the stream, the streak. The 3-stream streak. Alright, we're in business. We're in business. Okay. We're good. We're good. I think, however, we're going to leave this with just the top row. Mr. Mechland can change the config later, but I think for this build we'll leave it at just the top row. I think just top row will look good. Do the song request. What song request? Audio's a bit low. Okay, how's that? Is that better? What song request? Did I miss a song request? I don't think so. Audio is low. Hold on. For the mic, I don't think I can bring it up any higher. I don't think anyone got a baby shark. Did we have a baby shark redeem? Oh, Nikki recommended a plugin thingy for auto requests. No. I will not do auto requests. We will keep it OG and Unk style. Yeah, that's way too high tech for me. We are almost deliberately keeping things low tech. Oh, Mango. I did a build command. You can do ! Build, and you can get a build command now, and it'll tell you something. Do you like my build command? It's good, right? It's a good build command. Okay. Can you add Fifi summon as a redeem? Oh, that's actually not a bad idea, Mikyu, because she's usually around here. So, like right now, she's in the dog's bed, like right over there in the corner. So actually, a Fifi summon would be a great idea, because I can usually grab her, because she's usually right around here somewhere. Fifi treat redeem. So actually, Nana, I cannot give a treat to Fifi. Fifi, we discovered recently, has a thyroid condition, and she's on special thyroid food now. So unfortunately, we cannot give her any treats anymore. It's a little sad, but that is unfortunately the way it is. This is good. I'm full of so much regret. Guys, this sounds really good. I can hear it. This sounds really good. Oh, god damn it, guys. Oh, no. Oh, no. I can hear it. I did a couple. I can hear it. I'll pull out the oblique too. We'll do a side-by-side. But, like, you guys know, when there's like a special, like some boards they sound good and they sound clean and like that's great. Some boards they sound good but they have like a tiny bit of character to the way it sounds, just like a little bit of character, and that little bit of character just makes it sound so much better. I think this board is like that. I think it has a little character to it, and those are my favorites, and now I am feeling regret. And you're right, by the way, there's nothing I can do about it. Because this board ran, right? Like, oh, guys, I'm in trouble. I'm in so much trouble. Should I get one from China? NICU, if you can get one, honestly, you should do it. I know this is going to sound fantastic. I can tell. I can tell. I mean, look, I haven't hit the spacebar yet. It's possible the spacebar sucks. We'll see. But those little 2 or 3 alphas that I just kind of did a little test clack on, it sounds mint, my dudes. Oh my god, NICU, how much? How much? I stick to 65%, but I see all these great 60s and kind of... Okay, so here's the thing. Drugger. So with the arrows, I was the same way, and I kind of avoided 1,277 Canadian dollars. Wow. Wow. That's interesting. Something's up with enter. We're gonna have to take a look at it. What happened with my enter key? Is the top row part of the same set? It is a part of the same set. It's just it's the alert kit, and so it was an add-on kit. Oh my god, the same thing happened again. You see here, the switch here? I don't know how I didn't notice that the first time. But, that's weird, huh? I'm literally gonna have to take this out again. Oh, it literally just popped back into place. Never mind. Huh, the enter was doing a weird slow return, and I'm not sure why. Check Discord. I will check Discord. Huh. I wonder why. Sorry, give me a second. I want to figure out what's going on with this enter key. Huh. I wonder if it's just the lube that, so if you can see here, look. See? You think it's the stab? Oh, is it a stab problem? These are, I think, 49. Where? Yeah, 49 grams. I'd say stab. Hey, NICU, give me a second. Let me figure out what's the deal with this. Check it again. The pin may be bent. I had the same issue with Cthulhu. Okay, let me check it out. Give me a second, NICU. Is the PCB bent? I don't think it's a PCB problem. I had this happen to me when the tension from the plate and the switch bends the PCB a tiny bit. Okay, let's try. I'm gonna pull out, give me a second. Let me pull out a switch that I know. Stay. Sorry about the wobble. It's because I'm heavy. Sorry, guys. So I brought out some Zinhais. Zinhais are notoriously very loose-fitting switches, and so I'm curious if I put some Zinhais in, will that solve the problem? I'm trying to identify if the problem is a switch or stab or plate problem. So it looks like Mechland was right. Yeah, Mechland, this looks awesome, by the way. It looks really, really good. And so it's not an O-ring problem, it's not a stab problem, it was a problem with the switch. So we are going to try another switch, another one of the Aperols, and we'll see if that helps. However, because the Aperol fits a little bit tight, I'm going to have to do the same thing I did earlier. And we are going to take... Okay. Where did I put this? Okay. So this was our trouble switch, was this guy. So hopefully if we do another switch, and maybe, where did I put my plate fork? There. Push on the side that clips it. So I think Mechland was right. I think that the switch was tight, and that tightness was potentially causing a bit of a bend. Smash the trouble switch with a hammer. Okay. Try this out. Yep, we're good. It was just a little switch. Teach the others to behave. It was just a little switch. I think it was just this particular switch was a little bit stubborn. So give me a second. We're just going to push this back down. All right. We're back in business. For Manta, I'm considering using cherry clip-ins with BDZ so I can try the O-ring build. I don't remember what was the best what was the best mount on the Manta? I don't remember. There were like a bunch of mounts, right? There was like a bunch of different options, but I don't actually remember what was the best one. It's also possible that the trouble switch wasn't trouble after all, probably needed to be reseated. Yeah, you're right. It's also, yeah, you're right. It's possible that it needs to be reseated, but when I was like fiddling around with it initially, I just kind of like gently kind of pushed it back into place, and maybe I needed to like more firmly like kind of seat it. Yeah, dude, these switches are a little tight on the plate for sure. I actually noticed, by the way, that in general, the new... Okay, now, check pictures. Alright, I will check pictures. What am I looking at? That sounds great. Pictures. What pictures am I checking? Holy moly, that is expensive. But that looks awesome. It's basically, I'm not going to show you guys because I don't want to spoil it, but it's basically the same build as this. Okay. Okay. Let's get back to it. Someone had the same idea. Yeah, they got thick legs. Yeah, so I noticed it earlier on the backspace up here that I don't know how much of it, by the way, is that the switches have thick legs, or the PCB for the Snake is also a little bit tighter, because I saw that the PCB had also scraped a little bit of the switch of the plastic off the leg, just a tiny bit. So I'm actually not sure which direction like the problem is in, whether it's a switch problem or a plate problem or both. We'll see. 1,500 CAD is nuts though, dude. That's crazy. That is crazy. Now, how's the Pangea Mini tuning going? So, Pangea Mini is there. Yeah, it's that one right there. You can see it right here. There. That's Pangea Mini. For now, I have it stable on the Wingtree 277s, but I'm not quite happy with it. I need to play around with it a little bit more. Oh, for fuck's sake, guys. Oh no, we're fine. I thought we had the problem again. I thought we had the problem again, and I was about to lose my mind, guys. If we had another... I think I have the problem again. It's like... I think I need to pull this out too. Look. Can we redeem Switch the Switch? So there is no Switch the Switch for the build. The redeem is specifically for me to try out a couple switches in my collection on a board. It's basically if someone wants to hear a switch. So if there's a switch that I have and you want to hear it, it's more for that. So this switch looks, try the same switch again, but put it back more firmly. Because it is like properly seated there. Sinister, if there is a switch you want to hear, you could totally do it now. I won't test it out on the commission board. I'll pull out another board. But if you did the redeem now and there was a switch you wanted to hear, I would just pull out like the Pangea Mini and I'd pull out the switch you wanted and we would do a 3 switch type test. Okay, yeah, you're right. That was, so Mechland, you were right. So it literally just needed to like kind of be given a little bit of like a firm seating or whatever. Yeah, you were right. So it wasn't even a switch problem. It was literally just a fitment problem. I wanted to troll you because you just put keycaps on the board. No, I would just pull out another board. Let's see. That is what we would do. Where is... Yeah, that's the problem with soft plates. Okay. So it's more of a softer like plastic plate issue. It's I typically don't use plastic plates, and so it's not a problem that I've encountered. I only recently started using plastic plates more often since I've been getting sucked into the PBT plates. I've talked about this on other streams. I have fallen in love with PBT plates, and oh, Nana. So actually, my PBT plate for the Pangea Mini came through, and that'll be my next rebuild. I'm gonna do a PBT plate Pangea Mini, and I'm very, very excited for it. Because I actually think part of the issue is that I think the alu plate for Pangea Mini is, for me, slightly too sharp. And I think the PBT plate will give the right balance. I printed... Wait, you can 3D print PBT plates? Seriously? I did not know that worked. Does it sound like it sounds good? Because I have a 3D printer. If that actually works, I would 100% do that. So the plate that I got is a Hype Keyboard Tom plate, and I love the way PBT is sounding. It has this like very, very special kind of sound to it. All right, guys, let's take a moment. This is our build. Okay. I think this looks stellar. Tapping my debit card on the stream, but nothing is happening. Wow. That is great. And even the side here, the way this worked out with the yellow O-ring and the switches. Oof. Whew. Whew. Okay. Okay. So, this is the moment of truth. Okay, so we have Snake60 Fossil Edition with HMX Aperols on a PEI plate with Kikobo Skidata with the alert kit, and we're using the yellow Graveshift O-ring. Let's see. Ooh. Let's see how we do. No, one more time. I messed it up. I was too excited. Hold on, I'm gonna go slower. Sorry. All right, one more time, just in case this gets clipped. This is the Snake60 Fossil Edition. HMX Aperols, KKB Skidata with a PEI plate. One more time. Ooh. Oh. I am in trouble. So let me show you as a comparison point. I'm trying not to shake the camera as I move around this thing, because like, yeah, guys, I'm not touching it, huh? I'm not touching it at all. It's like, it's just the movement of me in the room. Like I'm shaking the ground and it's moving. Ugh. Yeah, I gotta get a better tripod, but for now, this is what we got. Okay, so this is oblique, right? So this is an oblique with Aperol, so it's the same switch with carbon fiber plate. You can hear the difference. Oh, you know what? I think I know what the problem is. Sorry guys, I actually think I might know what the problem is with this. All right, maybe that's a little bit better. Yeah, I'm in love with how that sounds. Shoot, I ran out of space. Where do I put this thing? Okay, we'll put it here. Cat, don't mess with the keyboard on the floor. I love this thing. God damn. Man, this is... Can we do one more type test? I just want to do one more. Don't be mad. This is what we're here for. Can we use another switch for the spacebar? That is up to Mr. Meckland. If Mr. Meckland wants to try another switch, we can do that. For now, while he's thinking about it, I want to do another. I'll do a short one. This will be a 30-second. Guys, I'm making too many mistakes. Let me tell you what's happening. So I'm making too many mistakes because I'm too excited about how this board sounds. Like, I don't know if you guys are, like, maybe you're not into it, but like, there's, I don't know if it comes across. Like, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there's a character to the sound that is really scratching my brain. There's something. Okay, Meckland, we'll try something out on the spacebar. We'll see if we can get. You know what I want to try? I want to try a tactile in the spacebar. But no, I'm gonna send it back. I can't. And as a matter of fact, Meckland, that once I'm done with the stream, I'm gonna take the keycaps off and put it back in the box immediately. I don't want to risk it, honestly. Like, I really want to make sure that that this board gets back to you in mint condition. And so the second the stream is done, I'm going to put it back in its box, and it'll be safe until we're ready to send it back. This thing is special. But okay, guys, here's the thing. I'm getting too excited by the type test, and I'm making mistakes. Like, normally I can hit 100 words per minute with anywhere between 95 to 98% accuracy, easy. Like, that's standard for me. And I was coming in at like, I don't know, like 70, 60% accuracy because I was just too excited. I don't know if it's coming across in the sound test, but like, there's something really, really nice about this. Okay, what do we want to try for spacebar? I'm down to play around with spacebar a little bit. I don't think it's bad, but I think it could be better. So what are we thinking for spacebar? Ferg, thanks for joining, man. Skype, I have hopefully an O-Ring 60 on the way. Oh, you know what I have actually right here? This is HMX Hydra. Frickin' MX Blacks, are you guys nuts? Oh, fine. Freaking MX Black, so you can't turn around and someone's asking for a freaking cherry. Fine. You know what? Fine. We're going to do cherry. And I bet it's going to sound awesome. And you guys are going to say, yeah, look, I told you so. Cherry sounds great. And I'll say, yeah, fine, you were right. Cherry sounds great. Fine, we'll do cherry. Okay, so are they broken in? They are not. So this is my favorite way of doing cherry. So these are unlubed. So I bought these lubed, but I ultrasonic cleaned them. So these are unlubed MX Blacks that have been spring swapped. And the springs are obviously lubed. So the springs are bag lubed. Everything else is unlubed. These are my favorite MX Blacks. I find typically MX Blacks to be a little bit too quiet. So let's see how we do. All right, let's see. Let's see. Okay, you fuckers were right. That's pretty good. All right, let's try it. I still want to try a tactile because I think a tactile is gonna really do well on this, guys. All right, let's try this one more time. One more time. Cherry does it again. Ferg, yes, you're right. Fine. Okay, one more time. Ah. I'm too excited. I like this thing too much. Guys, I'm making too many mistakes. Okay, hold on. Let me tell you how this feels. Please try a puppy too. Okay, I'll try a puppy. Nav, let me break in a batch. Oh, do you mean when you do the little manual actuation thing? Is that what you're talking about? Throw a stub. Okay. We're gonna try stub, and we're gonna try puppy. Okay, guys, check it out. Okay, I'm telling you. Hold on. Listen. So, okay. So, when I first met my wife, all right, I remember the feeling when I first sat down at the, because, okay, I'll tell you the story another time, right? But, basically, she sat down at the table. Our first date was dinner. And when I sat down opposite her and I actually looked at her, the first thing I thought was holy crap, she's beautiful. And I kind of my brain went on the fritz for a little bit because I was like, what is she doing here with me? How, what? And my brain kind of fritzed a little bit. I was like, how, why? That kind of feeling where it's dude, she's out of my league. That kind of thought, right? And then for the rest of the night, I was nervous the whole night because I was oh, I don't know, maybe she made a mistake and now she's trying to get out of this date, right? And so I was nervous, and so I don't know, I made little mistakes and I blumbled with whatever. And so the reason I'm telling you this story, right, is because the reason I'm making so many mistakes with this keyboard and I'm making a lot of mistakes in my type tests, is kind of because I have a similar feeling about it. When I type on it and when it, there's something about it that's super special. And I know I'm glazing it super hard, but whatever, get out of here. This is how I feel about it. I love the sound of it. It has a character to it, and I get too excited as I'm typing and my fingers slip up. That's what's happening. That's why I'm making a lot of mistakes on my type test. So this board is great. Okay. We want to try a puppy, and we want to try a cherry stub. Okay, so I have cherry stubs right here. Are these cherry stubs? No, these are kale BCPs. Okay. Let's try a puppy. I have my puppies here. Okay. cherry made me extra excited, actually. Like, the cherry added something very nice. Alright, so these are HMX puppies. They're a tactile switch, and they're a deeper tactile switch. Alright, so let's see how we do here. That's pretty good. I love space bars. You took the kids to soccer, came back, you're still live. How? So the stabs were a record. It was 45 minutes for stabs, which is for me a record because usually stabs take me about an hour on stream. So for whatever reason, stabs were 40 minutes, I think, and I did okay. We just built it, and now we're testing out space bars. So now we're going to do another test. This one is obviously the same. So it's the Fossil 60, PEI plate, HMX Aperols, KKB Skidata, except this one is a HMX puppy on the spacebar, which is a deeper tactile. Let's see how we do. Not bad. Not bad. I don't hate it. I actually do like slightly deeper space bars compared to alphas. But for me, this one is it's a bit too deep. I don't hate it, but I'm also not the biggest fan of it. Yeah, I mean, it's quiet. For sure it's quiet. So, okay, so that was the HMX puppy. What else do we want to try? Someone said cherry stub. I do have cherry stubs, so let's try those. What O-ring? These are the yellow Graveshift O-rings that you can get on Mechland's site. Unfortunately, I don't remember what the durometer is for them. I think they're softer. They're not overly stiff, but I don't remember which one. Maybe Mechland can chime in. So these are cherry stubs. So it's basically an NX Black that's been lubed, filmed, spring swapped with a stub stem. So we'll try these out. Ooh. This is better. All right, let's try this out. Okay. Honestly, that's the winner for me. I really like that. Because the cherry stub gives it a little bit of character. It makes it a little bit deeper than the alphas, but it also makes it a little louder. So you kind of get this like more prominent kind of space bar that counteracts the alphas very, very nicely. Mechland, what did you think about this? Because if you like this, what I can do, I can send you 1 or 2 cherry stubs to keep as spacebar switches for this. Up to you how you want this built. But I really liked the cherry stub as the spacebar, because like, hold on. I think for me this is the winner. Love it. Nana, that was a great suggestion, dude. Great suggestion. I think it was you. I think that was your suggestion. Find a switch that you like the sound of and come back a couple hours later and it will sound differently. How so? Oh, do you mean with like different O-rings? MX2A will almost always win on O-ring. I actually haven't tried cherry on O-ring yet. Like a full set of MX blocks or something on O-ring, I actually have not tried it yet. Huh. Wow. Guys, I'm pleased as punch. I'm also in trouble. Read my previous to explain the sounding different. A 60 and 75 will bring out nicer tones, but it's also better to let the assembly sit for a while and settle. Oh, interesting. Oh, I missed a few things. Oh yeah, fuzzy, yeah, I agree. Sounds great, man. Interesting. Whew. Start saving. No, I'm definitely not going to pay over MSRP for this. That I definitely will not do, because I just don't believe in it. But we'll see. Whenever it pops up on Mech Market, maybe. Whew. Beautiful. Just great. Okay. All right. So that was the main build for the day. However, if we had time, I had a little bit of keyboard tinkering I wanted to do with the noose, because the noose was fixed, but it's still not quite there yet. And so I want to do a little bit of tweaking on the noose build, and we'll see if we can improve it. Elquan, my dude, we just finished the Fossil Snake60. We did a bit of messing around with the spacebar, and I think what we settled on was a cherry stub in the spacebar. We tried out a HMX Puppy, we tried MX Black, and we tried the Aperols. Right now it's Aperols on everything else. And cherry stub was the winner. It sounds awesome. Mechland was also amazing to me. Sorted me out with Sebastian, all the extras, and Snake R2, all the respect. I agree. Honestly, like, Mechland, I think, is one of our top vendors in Canada. They're great. I have had nothing but good experiences. Okay. Glad I caught most of the stream. Gotta go cut. Have a good day. Alright, man. Thanks for joining. I appreciate you. Let's put our MX Blacks to the side. Okay. Now, let's do a little bit of cleanup. Make a little bit of room. Make sure everything is put away properly. And then we will bust out the noose. Navi, do you have a giveaway function on Twitch? I do not. Oh, Elquan, I have the Pure Teas. I really, really like them. I have them in my Shelby 65. I can actually pull it out and do a type test if you're curious. But I'm a big, big fan of the Pure Teas. I really, really enjoyed them. Like in terms of like the modern, dude, the case is sick. It's like very, very nice. In terms of like the modern sort of clacky, scratchy switches, I think Pure Tea's up there for me. And by the way, Mechland, in terms of giveaways, it's all on my Discord server. So all the giveaway stuff is on Discord. I haven't even figured out how to do it in Twitch yet. We did a giveaway on stream last week. Was it last week or the week before? It was the GMK sponsored stream. And I just had everyone hop in the Discord, and we did the giveaway raffle in Discord. It was pretty... It's easy. I just haven't figured out a lot of the Twitch stuff. Been kind of keeping it a bit lower tech. Okay. Now we look at switches with 4mm of travel, and these seem interesting. Yeah. Here, let me pull them out. Well, since we're talking about Pure Teas, hold on, okay. Let's give away 90 of them. Okay. Mr. Mechland, do you want to do it right now with the people that are here right now, or do you want to announce it and give a bit of time? Totally up to you. All right. So, Elquan, these are the Pure Teas, right? So this is in a Shelby 65, right? It's a beautiful board. Very classic sounding board. I really like the sound of this thing. It's with an alu plate. Listen. I think it sounds awesome. Whatever works best for you. All right, hold on. Mr. Mechland, whatever you'd like. If you wanted to, because like I have the viewer count turned off, so I don't actually know how many people are here. If you want, we can do it right now. I can do an announcement on the Discord. We can give them away right now, raffle style. Or we can make an announcement and let it run for a day or two, run it tomorrow, whatever you prefer. Either one, super easy to do. All right, Elquan, let me do a quick type test for you. So this is alu plate Shelby 65, the Pure Teas. Whoops. Pretty good, right? I dig it. All right, let's do it tomorrow. I gotta run. All right, Mechland, no problem. Thanks for joining, man. We will run it tomorrow. So, guys, Discord server tomorrow. We'll have a raffle. We'll get it started. We'll draw a winner. And if you're not there, you can use my fancy build command. Woo! All right. Okay, so Mechland, thank you so much for letting me build this and try this out. It was beautiful, and it sounds spectacular. I am, I'm in a bit of trouble, but we'll be fine. Okay. I don't have much free time these days. This board would have sat unbuilt until 2027. Well, I am glad to have been able to help. And I am glad to have been able to experience it. This was very, very fun. Plus, you did a much better, more thorough job. Well, I am happy to do it, and I appreciate the chance, my man. Thank you. Okay. So, I'll put everything back in, all nice and clean. And let's do this. Okay. a good day, Weish. You too, man. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you, my dude. Okay. So basically, we are fully packed up, with the exception of the board itself. That I will do on my own time separately. Okay. Okay. Packed up. Let's put this back. We will use the snake for the rest of the stream, at least. I'll get a little bit of enjoyment out of it. There we go. Okay. So, what is on agenda that I wanted to do on stream after Snake was top up the noose. So, as I mentioned, and we did a quick type test on this in the beginning, the noose has been fixed. Alright? Okay, you know what? We'll do a quick type test, Nick, just for you. Let's show you how we do. So, for the record, the current build is the Cheese V2s, alright? And we're running the 1.6 mil PCB, which was the fix, by the way. The 1.6 solder PCB was the fix. I mil-maxed it, so we can play around with switches. And we're also running a PBT plate cut by Tom. I have become a huge fan, and I've talked about this a bunch, of the PBT plate. It is, I think, a really, really great material because it kind of works well for clack. It has like not a sharpness, but like it's a higher pitch material compared to the other plastics. Like I find it similar to PEI, but not quite. Yeah, Alquan, I love it. So I've ordered a bunch. I have it on my... What other boards do I have it on? I totally forgot. Parabolica 60. I have it on that. I have it on this, and then I have 2 other PBT plates that I need to install that came in from Tom recently. So, NICU, this is Cheese V2. It's a little sharp. It's not flawless, right? Like, I don't think this is the right switch for this board, but the thinness that existed on it previously, the thinness is gone. It's not thin anymore. It has a nice sound to it. So this is totally foamless, no foam anywhere, with the Cheese V2s, PBT plate, GMK dual shot. Not bad. What do we think? Yep. Sounds good, just a bit high for me. I feel exactly the same. So this was my first build. I did the mil-max job last night and I built it fast. This was my first build. I'm like so happy that it's fixed. I want to try tactiles on it, Nikki. Don't you think? Because like I had the HMX, either Snow Crash or Hydra. I don't remember which one. I think it was the Snow Crash. I had these on it for a while, and they're very, very bright. And I think the top out sound of a tactile would work really, really well on it. So I was thinking about switching to Valyrian. Okay. All right. Let me pull out some Valyrians. That might work. God, every time I stand up, I feel like the camera does a little shake. Blobby, the pure teas are in use, unfortunately. They're currently installed, so I have them in the Shelby 65. So we can't use the pure teas, but the Valerians, this is an option. These are available. Actually, I don't even need to do that. Let's try Valerians out. Let's see how we do. Okay. I like Valerians with PP on spot. Valerians, by the way, I think are among my top in my top 10 right now, maybe even top 5. I'm a huge fan of these. I think they're actually are they my favorite? They might be my number 1 or number 2 light tactile. I can't decide if I like these more or the Longjings, the Longjing type S's. I don't know which ones I like more. Ooh. Okay, so here's my only thing. I think it sounds good, and I definitely think it sounds better than the Cheese V2s. My only problem, and this is a personal problem that I have, is that I don't personally like scratchy switches on matrix boards or future themed boards. So a board like this with this type of a look, for whatever reason, the aesthetic vibe of the board does not really fit in my brain with scratchy switches. So like, for example, something like this, the Fossil, right, has a different look to it. This with a scratchy switch, I'm fine. A Geon board with a scratchy switch, I'm fine. A Spider, I'm fine. There's a lot of boards. Something dropped. Shelby 65, fine. But this board in particular, the look of it, it just doesn't feel right in my head to have this be scratchy. Everything fits scratch. So honestly, I'm sorry, Elquan, I can't. For me, it just doesn't work that way. I can't do it. So I need a board like this, with these like kind of future themed boards, like this type of board, I need a clean clack. Smooth, clean clack. That's why my initial instinct on this was the Cheese V2s. Is because I want a smoother clack. So I want a clean KeyGeek clack or HMX clack, something like that. I like how this sounds, right? The Valerian sounds good, but it has a bit of a scratch to it, and just because of that, my brain just won't go with it. Hey, I'm typing on the Snake Fossil right now. It's a great board. I'm in love with it, and I'm in deep trouble, Violet. Deep trouble. Like, I really want one. It's the sound of it with the PEI plate as well is like, mwah, chef's kiss. I agree on the scratch take. Alex, which scratch take? Is it Elquan's scratch take that everything fits scratch? Or is it my scratch take? Scratch take? Take? My take for scratch is what I meant. Like I told you, I can get you on it. I'm good, NICU. Thank you very much for the offer. I'm good. I am yours, Ankh. Thank you very much, Alex. I appreciate you. What switches? So, Violet, this build was obviously Skidata with HMX Aperols on alphas and mods with Cherry Stub on the spacebar. Using the Aperols on the spacebar was like fine, but it wasn't stellar. The Cherry Stub is what really did it on spacebar. Manu, thank you for joining, my dude. I appreciate it. Manu, you know this is the time, right? Like, this is the time. It is always 1 p.m. on Saturdays. Since I started, 1 p.m. on Saturdays. This has been the time. Hello, you fucker. I love it on minimal, elegant boards, and on the more out there boards, I prefer a more low or deep, simple sound. So I'm with you, except instead of low, it's high. But yeah, so like I agree. I like minimal, elegant boards with the scratch sound, and then I like the more out there, future-y kind of boards. Exactly how I feel about it, 100%. I built mine with HMX Purple Dawn switches on an alu plate, and it sounds really nice. Awesome. Oh, Cosmic Purple. Okay, Cosmic Purple. So HMX, I was about to say, HMX Purple Dawn, I have never tried that switch, but the Cosmic Purples I have, and I love them. So Nick, you were right. The Valerian sounded good, but I can't leave it on this board. This cannot be... the build, unfortunately. Did you see the CCRX Pandemonium Cloud? Was that the PC CCRX, the polycarb version? Is that the one? Different. No, I didn't see it. That's why I run Kanglin V3s in the Apollo Space 80. Dude, the Apollo Space 80, I really, really wanted. I almost pulled the trigger on it. I ended up not doing it. Sent pics. Let me see. What did you do? Whoa. 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 Wow. That is nuts. Holy. And the way it kind of peeks up here. Holy, that is great. Wow. Dude, that is great. That is fantastic. Manu, is that yours? Is that your project, Manu? Well, I mean, I know the keycap, so I actually, now that I think about it, I'm kind of dumb, because I know it's his keycaps. No. I'm realizing now how dumb of a question it was, because I know that it's his keycap set. So obviously, if it's a collab, that means he must be involved, so I get it. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Yeah, I get it. Oh. With that skull. Oh, that looks great. Wow. Oh, that is awesome. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, it's hot. Oh, Nana, this is right up your alley, isn't it? Nana, this is like perfectly your thing. Yeah, Manu, can you reserve 666? I want one. Can you reserve one? Hot. Yeah. I saw Nana's name. I was like, Nana's gonna freaking lose his mind over this. This is like 100% a Nana board. That is so cool. Great job, Manu. That looks great. Great job, man. Awesome. Okay, so what are we doing for this noose? Because the Valerians sound good, but they won't work for me. Let's see. What do you guys think about B-Sun Ocean Tactiles? I want to try these out. Let's see how we do. Let's try these out. Yeah, honestly, on some of these low MOQ boards, guys, especially the ones that are going to be popular, I don't know if there is a winning way to do it. Because, I'll tell you what I really don't like about first come, first serve is I absolutely hate the rush. Like, yeah, exactly what Nikki said. If there's no raffle and there's no first come, what then? This is what I'm saying is I kind of feel like it's a lose-lose. No, but sometimes you can't. Like, sometimes, I don't know. Like, I totally understand designers not wanting to do big runs. Like, all the pressure and everything behind it. Like, sometimes people just don't want to do... what do we think, guys? Can I get a quick... what do we think? This is the B-Sun Ocean Tactiles on the left. Maybe not, huh? Yeah, maybe not. Never mind. Yeah, too muted. Yeah. I like the cheese, but it's just slightly too sharp for... Oh, what about another Key Geek clack? Oh, ooh. Okay. I forgot. Hold on. I have a solution. Okay. So, I got some switches in from Beaver Keys. He was kind enough to send these out. And these are two switches that I've been wanting to try. So one is the HMX Lanik high switches. I've heard that these are interesting because they have a scratchy feel, but a clacky sound. So apparently because they were made in such a way where the feel is a bit scratchy, so it has a bit of a scratch in the feel, but the sound of it is not scratchy. It's like more of a clacky sound. So like, so I've heard these are quite interesting. So this is one option. Another option, and this is the one that I'm leaning towards, is Key Geek all nylon. It's the full nylon Key Geek switch, which is similar to PA but different. I think like it's up on Beaver Keys now. I think it's also up on Milktooth for the US people. So I'm actually wondering if we try the all nylon switches in this. Let's give it a shot. Let's do a little 3-switch type test and see how we like the full nylon. I vote for all nylon. Yeah. Okay, let's do it. Actually, let me look up the name of this. Shoot, I have no keyboard. All right, hold on. I was gonna type it up and actually go look up the switch specs, but I realized I don't have a keyboard right now. Hold on. Another vote in favor of all nylon is that aesthetically they kind of match the board that we're kind of what we're doing right now. Hold on. Okay. Full nylon, that's what they're called. Oh yeah, that's where it is. It's fiberglass. PA66 M5. Yeah, all nylon. Okay. Ooh. I think this is the winner. Yeah, the cheese is like slightly too resonant. It's slightly too loud, slightly too sharp. Yeah, commit. We're doing it. I like it. We're doing it. We are doing it live. Nylon housings are where it's at. So, you know what's funny is I actually thought that I thought nylon as a material was supposed to be deeper than a lot of other plastics. So I'm actually a little bit curious, or like I don't understand the physics or chemistry behind why an all nylon switch is clacky. But it is, and I like it. Nylon housings are where it's at. I think I'm with you. Palm stem nylon housing. What switches have palm stem and nylon housing, Leash? What are some examples of the switches you like? My problem is I know the names of the switches and I have a rough idea in my head of how a lot of these switches sound, but I often don't remember the materials. So, Mochief, I fixed the noose. The noose is fixed. We are rebuilding it, but I fixed it. And when I say I fixed it, what I mean is that I bought the 1.6 mil solder PCB and mil maxed it, and going from 1.2 to 1.6 fixed it. So the thinness that you would get in the noose when you ran it foamless with the 1.2 is totally gone. I was actually initially thinking that it might be the holes in the side of the PCB that were causing some of the problems, but honestly, in retrospect, I'm realizing that's probably wrong. I think it was just the PCB. Maybe the holes made it worse or like exacerbated the issue. But I'm realizing now it was probably mostly the PCB, which is interesting because I've played around with 1.2mm PCBs in other boards, like the Shelby 65, for example, was the board that actually convinced. Actually, there are two boards, actually now three, but two initially, that turned me around on 1.2mm. The first one was the Shelby 65, which is surprisingly a great sounding board. And it has a 1.2mm. The other one is the the Scarlet? Not the Scarlet. The Milan? The Velvet TKL, which also has a 1.2, and that one sounds great as well. So the third one is the Gray Studio board, the Macross 65. Also has a 1.2, and on that one it's not bad either. So actually, the only board that has a 1.2mm PCB that sounds like shit because of the 1.2mm PCB is the frickin' Noose. That's the only one I have. My favorite sounding switch is the R1 Techno Violet. Never heard of it. But you cannot use GMK with them unless you trim this. Oh. I've heard there are some switches that like the stems are too big and it causes problems. I've never had them. I was using 1.2mm and liked it just fine. I sold it since I didn't use it that much compared to TKLs. Oh. No, for me, on the Noose, the 1.2 was just terrible. Like, I couldn't stand it. 100% could not stand it. It was just, even foamed, it was too thin for me. So... KeyGeek Full Nylon is modified N5, yeah, with fiberglass. A lot of the new KeyGeek stuff, by the way, is with fiberglass. It's the fiberglass that gives it a lot of loudness. Oh, I understand. What you're saying is that's why the nylon is louder, it's not deeper like I was thinking, because of the fiberglass. I understand. That makes sense. Speaking of Gray Studios, ooh, the Space 80. Space 80 is a good one. I really like the way that looks. Big fan. My only concern with it was the 1.2, and that was coming off the Noose. What are your favorite top 3 HMX switches? Valerian is one. Valerian is one. The other one I'm going to say is maybe the Sunset Gleams V2. And the K0... No. Okay. The Valerians is one. Snowfall... No, Snow Crash? No, Snowfall. Snowfall Tactiles are the other. And, honestly, for linears, I'm a bit torn. The Aperols I liked a lot. The Sunset Gleams V2 I liked a lot. HMX linears, honestly, it's like... There's too many good choices. It's hard for me to pick. Honestly, that's my problem with them. There's too many good choices. Okay, give me a second. Oh. I did not get the Cthulhu Leash. I've heard very good things about them, but I have not gotten around to getting them yet myself. I do want to try them, because I've heard they're very loud, very clacky, and it's what I like about the Aperols. The Aperols are very loud, very clacky. Unikey stock Cthulhu's the day after I sent an order. You can message them, Nana. I've done that a ton of times. You can just message DY and just be like, hey, because there's a bit of a delay sometimes between when you submit the order versus when they actually ship the order. When they start packing it, sometimes there's like a 2, 3, 4 day delay. So sometimes you can They shipped it. Oh, they shipped it before it stocked. I understand. That sucks. Yeah, Schmeckland has them for Canada, but Nana's in Europe. And I don't know if it's a good idea to order Switches from Canada. Paid 40 USD to ship me the Gateron. 40 US dollars. Holy. Cthulhu's are not high pitched but clacky loud. Are they comparable to anything, Blobby? Or is there any Switch that you are compared to? Not entering any more giveaways. Nana, I think it depends on what you get, because for me at least, shipping just Switches to you wouldn't actually be that bad. I think keycaps would be a bit more expensive because of the size and the weight of the package, but just Switches might actually not be too bad. So we'll see. Okay. Especially after... Is tomorrow when your giveaway stuff arrives, Nana? I'm buying a Oh, you're buying a fish tomorrow. Where are you getting that from? Is it the Cafe Age drop or whatever? Because I think they have... Hi, Fifi. Hi. Seller from Vienna. How is it like a you know, okay, it's fair, sorta MSRP. What does sorta MSRP mean? Is that like, what does that mean? Like more or less? Like, or is it like just a small markup? I don't know, guys. I'm not super into... Oh, son of a... I should have done this from the start. Just got lazy. Good enough for me. I guess that's good enough. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the whole... I don't know. I'm a bit torn on it. Because I think there's, you know, different arguments to it. One could be that, you know, it's the worth of the item on the market. You know, some people could make the argument that, like, oh, people are willing to pay more, therefore it's worth more. But for products that are not historic in nature, it's like we're not talking about a piece of history, we're not talking about a piece of, you know, historical art or whatever. I don't really believe in selling something over MSRP personally. I don't like the practice. So not only would I not purchase something at over MSRP, I also wouldn't sell something over MSRP. That would be hard for me to justify. And you know what? Never say never. And maybe one day I'm in a situation where, you know, finances are tough and I can't make rent. So, you know, never say never. Don't judge people's positions and stuff. But, like, it would be real hard for me to do that. It would be very difficult for me to get something like a Haku at retail and then turn around and sell it for a big markup. I don't know if I can do it. I set specifics in a bit above. Also, it's brand new, never built. MSRP, okay. Oh, sorry, I missed that. MSRP was around 820 shipped, and he's meeting me in Slovakia in person. Oh. Wow. That's pretty good. Okay, Fifi, no, No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. So the problem with Fifi is that she loves her position, but like her position is, yeah, you're right. That's honestly, dude, that's fine. It's not scalper prices. He's coming to meet you. I'm not so worried. You're right. Finally, the star is here. So this is, by the way, her favorite position is like perched over her shoulder. She loves it, except right now she's looking at her spot on the desk, which currently has keyboard and switches. So now I need to do the thing that we've done a few times, which is I have to make frickin' room for her. Okay, Fifi, hold your tits. Hold them. Hold. Wait. Please wait. Just. Okay, she's like, look at her. She's staring at her spot. She's like, I want to go to my spot. So let's do a little move. Hold the phone. Hold it. You see her, huh? She's like staring at her little. Okay, chill, lady. Okay, all right. We'll put Fossil away. Okay. Alright, Fifi, are you happy? Okay, Fifi, let's say hi to people. Give you some little scritches. Do we like this? Hi. Yeah, she's cute, Raymond. She's very sweet. And she's a bit of an older cat. She's like 10, 11, 12, something like that. Is she 12 now? Yeah, I think she's close to 12. Yeah, Raymond, she's my favorite, and I'm her favorite. I think she thinks she's my mother. That's the deal with the cat. She thinks she's my mother, and she checks in on me, and she wants to spend time with me. She worries about me. Same for my cats. You don't mess or block their favorite spots, or it's exactly like, and like I've said this on stream many times, but she will in the middle of a meeting just walk up and just plop herself. Like sometimes I'll be in a meeting and the camera's there. I'll be in a meeting and she'll walk in front of the screen that I'm working on, and she'll just sit right here and just stare at me. And it's like all she's doing is just going, yes, I love you, I love you, I love you, and that's just what she does. You know, it's not a proper build unless there's cat hair in the stabs. All my keyboards, you take a couple keycaps off and you'll see there's cat hair under there. It's how they show love and ownership, probably, yeah. What should I do to Skype's F1 to mess with him? Honestly, you should foam it, is what you should do. Put foam in the F1. Would you get another cat after Fifi? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not for a while. Because I have a kid on the way, my first kid, due in the early July. And I also have a dog, which you guys have seen. So I don't know if I can deal with too much more. I've actually been thinking about it. So NICU, so Fifi's previous owner was someone I worked with 3 or 4 jobs ago. She got Fifi as a kitten, and 3 or 4 years into having Fifi, she had a son, and her son developed allergies. And so she had to rehome Fifi because her young boy was allergic to cats. And so that's how Fifi ended up with me, was because of that situation. So, if I'd be able to deal with like a young kitten, and I don't know if I'd be able to deal with too much more responsibilities once I have a kid coming into this world. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes, maybe in the future. But for now, I'm not sure. Thank you, Raymond. Thank you for the congrats, man. We are very excited here. Allergies exist to overcome them, as long as you don't die. Yeah. Wasn't the sun still in the warranty period? Can't you take it back to the source and be like, excuse me, I think mine is defective? I don't know if you can do that. Oh, that's too funny. Okay, one thing I'll say for these switches is they fit very comfortably. None of the issue that we had on the Aperols where it was a little bit tight. These guys are... Ah, come on, why are you being a... Don't be annoying. Take a chill pill. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe I need to use the plate fork again. There we go. Okay, we're in business. Cats, ironically, is one of the very few, if not the only things I am not allergic to. Wow. Make sure to take care of Gigi's mental health. That has been probably my #1 priority lately, because one of the things that they talk about quite a bit is the mental health and overall health and happiness of the mother during a pregnancy. Apparently that has a big impact on the development of the baby. So like obviously I try to be a good and loving and caring husband all the time, but I've been really putting in the extra mile, extra effort lately, because I want to make sure that everything, you know, in there is working out well. My 9-year-old daughter says that if Dad is allergic to our 3 bunnies, we have to get rid of Dad. I agree. You have 3 bunnies, huh? Wow. T, I would love to see pictures. If you want to post pictures in the Discord server, I would love to see pictures of the bunnies. That would make me very happy. I don't know if you revealed or you ever will the gender of your child, but I see you as a daughter dad. So it'll be a boy. And initially, I had also always thought of myself as a girl dad. I grew up around women. Most of my friends growing up were women. And most of the boys that I knew growing up were all little shits. And a lot of them, not a lot of them, but, you know, not all of them, but a lot of them were not super nice. And so I was actually quite nervous about having a boy. But since then, I've warmed up to the idea, and I'm now actually quite excited. But initially, I was actually quite nervous about it. When we found out it was a boy, I was a bit nervous. By the way, Nav, quick question. What does the plate fork do? I had one with the Neo as well, and I just used it when applying switches. Hello, HMX. Where's your dad, Naveed? HMX would be a funny name. So, Raymond. Hold on. Okay. So, Raymond, you can see this on this board. Hold on. Alright, so you see how... right here, in between the plate and the PCB, there's a bit of a gap, right? I don't know if you can kind of make it out, but like, you can kind of see it around the sides a bit. there's a bit of a gap between the plate and the PCB, and especially on softer plates, but also just in general. When you're putting in the switch, right, if your switch is misaligned, what can happen is that the plate will just squish up against the PCB. So that's one thing that can happen. The other thing is that if you misalign the switch and you push it in too hard, it can sometimes force itself against the hot swap socket and pop out the socket on the back side. So the plate fork essentially gives you two benefits. One is that it helps prevent popping out your hot swap socket on the back of the PCB. I say it helps prevent because really the way that you want to do it is the way we did it on stream earlier, where we used both the plate fork, but we also supported the socket. So what I was doing is that when I was pushing the switches in, I was basically holding the socket on the back, so holding it, supporting it with my finger, and then pushing the switch in at the same time. So that's really the kind of cleanest, best way to go about doing it. The other benefit of the thing is that it prevents the plate from pushing up against the PCB. There's kind of two benefits of using the plate fork. Having a boy is fine though. Yeah, so I'm honestly, it just took me a bit of an adjustment. It was my own issues and my own, trauma is a strong word, but kind of like my own experience and some, you know, negative experiences I had with young boys growing up as a young boy myself that had me a little bit nervous about it initially, but like I'm good now. I processed it and now I'm very, very excited. Boys are fun too. My 11-year-old asked for a Wooting 80 for his birthday. That is an expensive birthday. The other thing, by the way, T, I remember about being a young boy was breaking things. I broke a lot of tech. So the first thing I would be nervous about giving an 11-year-old a Wooting 80 would be them breaking the Wooting 80. But I guess that's part of the experience. That's life. If they break it, you learn, you move on. So it's not that big a deal. Ooh, I think this is the winner. I'm looking into HMX Valerian right now, and they seem cool. Never heard of them. What do they sound like? HMX Valerian is quite unique because it is a scratchy switch that is clacky. So it's kind of like a light tactile that has scratch to it. It's higher pitched. It's louder. It's kind of like a brighter, louder, clackier MX Black, sort of. Other switches that are in a similar category would be the K01s by HMX and the Longjings by HMX. They're all kind of in somewhat similar categories. Gotcha, so basically for foamless. Yeah, so Raymond, so basically, because if you're using plate foam, which is the foam that sits between the plate and the PCB, that plate foam, for the most part, does the job, almost entirely does the job of the plate fork. So if you're using that foam, you won't need to use, and you straight up can't use the plate fork. Guys, I think this combo was a winning combo. Nana, you kind of went all in on it immediately. You just said, let's go, let's do it. I think you were right. I think this is going to bring what the cheese were not able to bring, which is a bit of fullness to the clack. So I'm actually very happy, and I'm very grateful that that Beaver Keys sent these over, because I actually don't have any left. Like, all my new generation Key Geek clack is currently in use on a board, and I did not have any left over, which is why I used the Cheese V2s on this initially. Anything wrong here? Oh, it's so funny. Boys rock, and we need more boys with good and present fathers. So I can promise you that is one thing I will be. I will be a good and present father. That is one thing I can promise you. Go win keyless, I dare you. No, thank you. I really, really don't like win keyless 65s. It is very much not my thing. Well, cherry blacks are my favorite switches, so sounds like a match. I'm gonna try them. Okay, so if you like cherry scratch, then the Valyrians will be decent. I will say though that the Valyrians are not like ultra scratchy. They are scratchy, but they're not ultra scratchy. I think the pure teas are actually a bit scratchier. So if what you're looking for is a light tactile scratchy switch, the pure teas might be worth a look. All right, guys. So, dude, Weesh, you're right. Wind keyless is 100% a jump scare for me. I am not. Wind keyless on a 65 in particular is def. I don't think I'll ever do that. TKLs, I'm like very, very slowly coming around. Pure T's. PRTs. Wing. Those guys. Okay. We're going to do a type test. This is the cat, and this is the fixed matrix noose with the 1.6 mil PCB GMK dual shot on a PBT plate from Tom at Hype with Key Geek full nylon switches that Beaver Keys sent over to me. Let's see how this sounds. I love it. I'm sold. I'm sold. Noose is fixed, Weesh. I agree. Don't get too excited now. I did. Hold on. Let me tell you. I did get too excited. My accuracy dipped down to 92%. My consistency was 82%. So I actually did get too excited. And I did make some mistakes, but not quite as excited as the snake. That one I was just gushing for. But guys, it's fixed. This sounds great. The sharpness that I was kind of not super happy about with the cheese V2s is totally gone. Totally gone. Let's do this one more time. Let's do one more. The closest switch I have, HMX Cool sounds like to my ear, would be cheese V2. A bit late answering, just checked. Okay, interesting. So the cheese V2 I actually find to be slightly too sharp. I've had a bit of trouble with that switch actually because I don't find it universally applicable. The one build I had it in for the longest was actually a foamless Neo 75 CU that actually is with Mrs. T right now. She took it from me. But that Neo 75 CU with the cheeses and PBT keycaps was the one config that I was actually very happy with the cheeses on. It's these guys. It's the Key Geek cheese V2s. You can get them on Keybay. I think they're on a few different places. But those ones have been a bit touchy for me. Okay, I want to do one more. Let's do one more. All right. And by the way, the reason that I always kind of state the build is just in case I clip this stuff later to go up on Instagram or Facebook or whatever. Just makes it nice and easy for me to clip it with the build description. So we have Matrix Noose with a PBT plate from Tom, GMK dual shot with a 1.6 mil PCB and full nylons that Beaver Keys sent over. Oh, I'm sold. This is great. This is great. Whew. Very nice. Cthulhu is slightly lower, but yeah, nearly the same. Huh. Then it's possible I might not like the Cthulhus. We'll see. Yeah, because I typically like very clacky switches, but I just find the cheese slightly too sharp. Just a bit. I was taking a look at the Cthulhus and the Key Geek intros. The intros are nice. So the intros were slightly lower pitched than these. The only thing with the intros for me is I found them a slight bit inconsistent. So my first batch that I got, there were 3 or 4 switches that I actually had to swap out because they were sluggish, like they were overlubed. Other than that, they were fine. They were Key Geek Clack. I don't remember are they Nana's favorite or Alcyon's favorite? I don't actually remember. There's someone here, it might be Nana, who's a huge fan of the intros. I liked them, but I wasn't in love with them like him. I like these much more. Yeah, intros more. Yeah, so it was Nana. So Nana loves the intros. Other than the inconsistency, there was nothing wrong with them. I found them slightly too deep for me. Like these ones are I like my Key Geek Clack, like very, very, very bright and sharp, or very, very deep. The ones that are kind of like in the middle-ish, I'm not as much into. And I found those to be like they were not in the upper range of clack for me. But yeah, they were decent. Like there's nothing wrong with them. They just didn't perfectly align with my preference. These do. The PA does. Oh, have you guys heard the ding dings? Hold on. Let me show you the ding dings. The ding dings are nuts. Wait. Where? Oh, I'm running out of space. The problem is that like the other board, the frickin' Fossil board is like, the parts for it are still here to the side, and I need to clean them up. Hold on, guys. Hold on. You have to hear this ding ding. So the ding ding is part of the newer generation of the Key Geek Clack. This switch is like insanely loud. This is like B1 levels of loud and clack, except it doesn't have the weirdness that B1 has. All right, hold on, and so this is Parabolica 60 with PBT plate again from Tom, in top mount with KKB keycaps, and this is the the Key Geek Ding Ding switches. All right, give this a listen. Huh? Isn't that nuts? Like, holy. This is nuts. I think my favorite Key Geek to date is still the Key Geek Purple Dawn. I love that switch. Love that switch. I have it in my F2, which is right here. Big fan of the Purple Dawns. They're a deeper switch, but they're not deep. They're not overly quiet. They have an almost creamy kind of sound to them. There's like a very smooth sound to them. I am a huge fan. Huge fan of the Key Geek Purple Dawns. They're older too. But yeah, big fan personally. Okay, so I think that's about everything I wanted to do. We built the Fossil. We improved the noose. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to do today. I don't think so. Let me check my notes. Oh, this is just a quick update. For those that are still here, update on schedule. So next week, next Saturday's stream, we'll be doing the Equilibrium 60, which is a board that is in group buy right now. Equilibrium 60 is a 60% with columns, XT columns on the side. Keybae is going to be sending over their prototype for me to look at, so we'll be building that. And then the week after is going to be a sponsored stream from KBD fans. We'll be building the Athena 1800. Very, very excited for both of those. I love taking a look at prototype boards. And I was actually personally considering the Equilibrium 60. So I'm looking forward to taking it tomorrow. This is the Pangea Mini, Nana. This is my build. So it's the Citrus with the Wingtree 277s and Hyperbeige. Right now it has the alu plate. I haven't switched it to the PVT plate yet, but I'll probably do that tomorrow. Listen. It's not bad. It's good. Yeah, so Nana, I'm very, very happy. I am happy with this, actually. I've left it in this build. It's been in this build for the last week. I am happy with it. The only problem is that in my mind, I wanted this to be a brighter, clackier build. I've just been really enjoying like super, super bright. Like the snake that we built today, the oblique that I showed you, even the matrix board that we just did. I have been really into bright switches, like extra bright switches lately. And this sounds, honestly, I think this sounds amazing. It's just been it's just not there in terms of the brightness that I'm looking for. And so originally I was planning to do Key Geek Clack in here, but with the alu plate, I felt it was too sharp. So what I'm hoping is Key Geek Clack or HMX Clack with the PBT plate will be the perfect balance. Have you tried the TTC Pantheon? So actually, I have tried them. They're here. I got a very, very small batch of the TTC Pantheons in. I actually loved these switches. Loved the TTC Pantheons. And I actually thought they were 100% usable stock. I got just enough to do some alphas. And we did a type test on stream last week. Was it last week? I don't remember. Last week or the week before. I really like them. And I will definitely pick up a batch when Keybae gets them. Keybae is going to get a bunch in stock, and I'm going to pick up a batch for sure. Yeah, hey Inkblot, thanks for coming back, man. We're about finished. We'll probably wrap up soon-ish. But yeah, today was a lot. Now that I've kind of switched to doing just once a week streams, they've been a bit longer. Have you tried the HMX Black Cats? I'm not sure if they're your style of tactile. Ooh, bright and loud. So I've heard of them, and I've heard that they are clacky. I've wanted to try them. So they're actually in my cart, but I haven't tried them quite yet. I do have a bunch of clacky HMX tactiles, like the Firecrackers, the Sandstorms, the Hydras. I have a lot of them, and I really, really like them. But I haven't tried those yet. So, do I love them more than Cherry Black? So, here's the thing. I've talked about this before on stream. I like cherry switches a lot, but I am not deeply in love with cherry switches. I find them typically a bit too quiet for me. And so my ideal mod for a cherry switch is dry, so unlubed cherry, just spring swapping them, and then I pair them with a carbon fiber plate to actually up the loudness a little bit. So I like cherry, but I just get bored of it sometimes because sometimes it's too quiet. So I have cherry right now in, I think, 2 of my builds. Is it just 2? I think it's only in 2 builds. I have cherry in 2 builds. Do I like the TTC more? Honestly, personally, probably. The TTC switches had a perfect amount of scratch, but they were brighter and louder. So they were clackier, louder, scratchy switches, which is what I look for. So actually, I do like scratch. So some people, they say that, oh yeah, you look at the Cherry MX Blacks and you look at all these brands trying to imitate them. Look at all these imitations, they'll never be as good. But I'll tell you, honestly, I swear to you, from my heart of hearts, I think all the imitations are better than Cherry. I like them better because I like the scratch that Cherry has, but I want it to be brighter and I want it to be louder, right? So, and that's what I think a lot of these imitations do right, is that most of them are brighter and louder, right? And the TTC is exactly like that. It is a brighter, louder version of Cherry, I think. And it has the right scratch. I know it's a crazy take, and I know a lot of people are not with it, but almost all of the imitation Cherry switches I like more than Cherry, right? Because they are brighter, louder, clackier. The K01's perfect example. The Valerians, like whether they're trying to imitate MX Brown or MX Black. In both cases, I typically like the imitation more. Nav, can you show me your 65 Core Plus? No problem. I'm not going to show you guys because that would be embarrassing, but like, I am surrounded by keyboards right now. There's 2 on the floor here that I haven't had, like, I pulled them out and then I was in a rush, so and there's one there, and there's just so many keyboards. Okay. Show us. Maybe T, when I organize my office a little bit, I'll do a little video and I'll post it in Discord and I'll just show you guys, because there's like shelving there, there's a wall there, there's a wall there, there's the wall there. It's just they're everywhere. And then I've taken them down to like show them on stream, and so now there's like some on the floor here. It's just too many. It's too many. So, Mr. Raymond, this is my 65 Core Plus. It is my second favorite Neo. The number 1 is the 80CU. That's my favorite. This is my second favorite. It's brass. And, oh, Raymond. Okay. Yeah, so Weish caught it immediately. Good eye. So, this is one of the cheapest mods that you can do for your keyboard that will almost immediately get it sounding better, and that is putting aftermarket bump-ons on. So, most people, I'm assuming, use a desk mat, right? Now, one of the reasons that you use a desk mat is because it feels nice, because your mouse can go on it, blah, blah, blah. It also has, yeah, you can get cat hair too, you can probably see that. Oh, here in the corner, there you go. Now, one of the other benefits from a desk mat is that it isolates your keyboard from the desk and it eliminates desk thud. The problem is that most modern keyboards are quite heavy, right? They have this like fat brass weight on them, and they sink into the desk mat enough that the more of the keyboard makes contact with the desk mat, which then transfers vibrations onto the desk. That was a big problem with the 65CU because it had the long feet, and so it essentially made more contact with the desk, and as a result was thuddier, right? So one mod, it is a very simple mod that you can do to almost any heavier keyboard, is to put aftermarket bump-ons on them. And if you look, you'll see these bump-ons are quite thick, and they 100% make a difference in how your keyboard sounds. It'll make it brighter, right? It'll make it cleaner and brighter because it's eliminating the thud of the desk. So, and here's the other thing, and here's the thing, Weish. Even for keyboards that don't thud, it still makes it cleaner and brighter. Because at the end of the day, fundamentally what you're doing is increasing the distance, so you're essentially eliminating more contact. Right? It has almost 100% of the time, at least for me personally, improved the sound. And maybe for other people it doesn't, but for me I can definitely hear the difference. Okay, so this is a Neo 65 Core Plus with GMK Dracula on an aluminum plate with Wing Tree Yunying tactile switches. These are the MX Brown imitation switches. All right, let's see how we like it. I love that sound. And guys, Neo space-bars are just nuts. That space-bar just destroys me. I love Neo space-bars. You're also adding front height, which is that is a good point. So I actually do wish also prefer boards that have a slightly higher front height. It's more comfortable for me. Because the way that I type on the desk is I put my forearm right on the edge of my desk, and so I float my wrists like this. But because of the angle, when my arms here are on the desk, I prefer slightly higher angle. So for sure, it adds front height, which for some people might not be good. I do this on almost all my keyboards now. Even with the cheap ones, it still helps. 100%. For me too. I do this with almost all of them. Not all of them, but almost all. O-ring or gaskets. This is gasket mount, not O-ring. I prefer, on the Neo boards, I almost universally prefer the PCB gasket. The only exception is on the Neo 75 CU, I preferred bottom mount. There was an isolated bottom mount that I really liked on the 75 CU. I definitely noticed the difference on the QK60 when I put on aftermarket mod. It's such a cheap, easy mod, and like you can get them for so cheap. It's very easy to try. Like you can literally, and the other thing is you don't even have to take off the original bump-ons, right? You can just leave off the old ones, just stick on the new ones, try it out, and if you don't like it, throw them away. So super easy, super cheap, very high impact. What are the switches? These are the Wingtree Yunying tactiles. So they are the MX Brown imitation switches. You can get them on Unikeys. Hold on, I will show you. Okay. Where are they? Are they gone? Get out. Really? Oh no, here we go. It's these guys. The not the Yunying, sorry, the Yuying light tactiles. It's these guys. Dude, I'm such a bad streamer. I forgot about the freaking code. Yes, use code Navid for a discount. Thank you very much, Nana. You are a better streamer than me, and I appreciate you. Oh my god. I'm the worst. So yeah, I got the factory lube, just stock, and I really like them. Some people didn't like them. They say they're too bright or like thin. To me, it wasn't thin. I really like them. Like you heard the build. And I forget who asked. Someone asked me about plates that I've tried. I haven't tried other plates on this board, just the alloy plate. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this board, this particular config, I like this so much that this has been my config on this board for like a couple months, like 2 months now. I have not changed it. I just like this too much. Like, this is perfectly my sound signature. Love it. It's loud, bright, clacky, scratchy. Big fan of this. Why gasket over O-ring? I want to hear your opinion. I don't know how to choose between these two mounting styles. If you have the ability, so I'm 100% with Saha. So if you have the ability to try both, do it yourself, 100%. So these boards, like, part of the fun in it is experimenting, and so you can literally treat it like a science experiment. You can like take a config with like your keycaps and with your switches, and do it one way, and then only switch the mounting style, do it the other way, and try it. Especially with the Neo board, it's so easy because you can just pop it out of the assembly, switch the gaskets out, put the O-ring in. The scientific answer I don't actually have for you. I don't know why. why one sounds better or different than the other. Like, I have found personally that Neo, when it comes to their gaskets, for whatever reason, just really, really works for me. For the Neo 65 Core Plus, there was gasket and there was top mount. I thought the gasket was better. For the 80, there was O-ring, gasket, and bottom mount, and I thought gasket was the best. For the 80 CU, there's top mount and 2 different gaskets. I thought gasket was the best again. So it just so happens that, like, for me and my preferences, the gasket's been the best. Even for the 60 core, I have the 60 core, and even for that one, it also had O-ring and gasket, and again, I prefer gasket. After you built the Snake, I'm thinking PEI. Do they have PEI for the Core Plus, Nana? Or are you going to get one cut? This is a great control board, by the way. This is one of the reasons I'm keeping this one, is I think as a control board, aftermarket, yeah. That honestly, I might do that too. I might get an aftermarket one cut. Do you own a Nagar that you're happy with by the way you build it? If so, how did you build it? So I had a Nagar for a while. I had a Nagar for 5 or 6 months. I was very happy with it. While I had it, it sounded great. I ended up selling it because of the layout, the HHKB layout, I just end up not using a whole lot. Not super comfy for me. Initially, I had a PC plate. I did not like the PC plate. I got an alu plate cut, and then for the last couple months I had it, it was with an alu plate. So with an alu plate, I did the Key Geek intros. They were quite nice. So Key Geek clack will work. I also did Gateron Azure Dragons. Those were quite nice too. I did one other switch as well. Honestly, that board I did not have a whole lot of trouble making sound good. So if you're using an alu plate and it's not to your taste, I would bet, and you've tried a couple switches, I would bet you just don't like the board. Because for me, it was quite consistent. So if you're not liking the agar, the sound of the agar, then chances are you just don't like the agar. I don't know how much that's a configuration problem, personally. I always wonder about switches that try to mimic Cherry. How would you say it's different, better than normal MX2A Browns? So I talked about this earlier on Musings. I don't know if you were here for this. Personally, I have liked almost all the imitations more because most of the imitations are louder and clackier and brighter. And so basically across the board, most of the imitations that are out there are going to be louder, brighter, clackier versions with varying degrees of scratch, but the fact that it's louder and brighter is enough for me. This one is louder, like we heard it, right? It's scratchy, and it's louder and brighter than MX Browns. So just for that, I really like these. There are others though, like what are the other? K01 is another one, the HMX K01 I really enjoyed. Not the Yu-Yings, the Longjing Iced Teas, Iced Tea? Longjing, whatever, the HMX new Longjing Tactiles I really liked was another one. The TTC Pantheons that we just talked about, loved those. But like, I think I'm easier to please, honestly. Yeah, Longjing T. I think I'm easier to please with this stuff. Like, I'm just looking for scratchy switches that are louder and brighter. I'm also tick blind, like like spring ping, leaf spring, a lot of that stuff is hard for me to notice. So like, I guess that's another thing to keep in mind, guys, is like, I'm not an expert on this. I've just tried a lot of switches, but like, my taste is not a super discerning taste. Like, I'm sure there are plenty of people here that are more discerning with their like taste when it comes to switches. See you, Blobby. Thanks for joining, man. Okay. Yeah, the spacebar on the left side of my agar can tick a bit. That's probably a stab problem, dude. That's not. I don't think that's an agar problem. It's probably a stab problem. I've noticed a lot of the cherry-like switches tend to have a different kind of scratch. It kind of feels artificial, and that makes... Actually, that's fair. That's fair. So hold on. I hear your point. I agree with you. I actually agree with you. And these are the TTCs, by the way. They have that same quality. So maybe I kind of like that fake scratch sound. Maybe that's the difference. But hold on. I can do it live. I can show you the TTCs. They have the same kind of fake scratch quality that you were just talking about. Hold on. Hold it. going to be difficult. Don't do what I'm doing. If I pop a socket. If I pop a socket, I can repair it. For anyone that is seeing me do this, don't copy. Okay. Guys, hold on. So this is the new TTC Pantheons. Huh? Makes sense. I tend to find cherries are a bit quiet for my taste. Yeah, so that's exactly my problem. So these are the TTCs, right? Like, these are stock TTCs. You hear the scratch, right? So I love this. It's brighter, it's louder, and it has the scratch. Hey, Fede, thanks for joining, man. Huh? So I'm a huge fan of these. Calligraphies were another pair, a set of switches that I really liked. But yeah, overall, I find these imitation switches, they're essentially like kind of just louder, brighter versions of Cherry. And I agree with you, Ferg. These are the new TTCs, the TTC Pantheons. We just threw 3 of them in a board. Wait, I put the wrong one. Oh, shit. I put the wrong one back in the case. But yeah, Ferg, I agree with you that the scratch sounds a bit artificial. There's like something with the scratch that makes it feel like kind of less natural, but I kind of like it, honestly. Like I like that sound signature, however we define it, whatever we call it, I actually like it. Yeah, Raymond, I do like scratch. I don't like scratch on every build, though. I said this earlier when we were talking about the Matrix board. Like, the Matrix builds, like those kind of future-looking boards, I don't like scratch on. Okay. Is there something wrong with Pepsi? Okay, so yeah, on those you need clean, loud, bright sound. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so I do like scratch. It's just kind of context dependent. Yeah. Okay. Holy 4 hours. Wow. That's a long time. Is that a record for me? I'm actually curious. Let me check YouTube. Because I upload all the VODs to YouTube. Well, not all of them, but most of them. Time to give Gigi some attention. Exactly. Yes. Although I don't know if she's home yet. Oh no. The longest one was the Sebas build at 4 hours and 19 minutes. I'm literally 10 minutes away from breaking my record for longest stream. So I think we'll hang around for another 10 minutes. What do you guys think? Maybe do some type tests on a few other boards. Check out some switches. So I do have to get going soon. But I also want to break my record because we're at 4:11 right now. The record is 4:19. So I wouldn't mind sticking around for another 10 minutes, breaking the record, and then we give someone a raid. Seeing a purple keyboard makes me miss all the purple GMK keycap sets that came out a few years ago. Mod Musings, I don't know if you saw, but we're getting a wave of them. Did you see the purple one? There's a brand new purple one that just came out. Let me put this back. Loki? Where is Loki? Where's Loki? I know where he is. He's staring out the window. He's probably upstairs, staring out the window, waiting for my wife to come home. Okay. Do you think Key Geek intros are similar to the Purple Dawn that you were mentioning? No. No. Key Geek intros are brighter for sure. Because the Key Geek, the Purple Dawns are deeper switches. They have a bit of a kind of creaminess, poppiness to them. But I wouldn't call them clacky switches. The intros are 100% clacky switches. They're just a little bit on the deeper, slightly on the deeper side compared to like these ones, the full nylons, right? Can you bring him down? Okay, how's this? Before I sign off, I'll call him down. However, I wanted to take a look at, hold on, GMK Purple. So Mod Musings, this one I think recently came out. This is a new one. It literally just recently, the IC came out like a couple days ago. But we're starting to get some more purple sets. And this one has the metallic legends, right? Metallic accents, metallic legends. So it looks kind of cool. But I thought there was a couple, there was this one, but there was then another one. What was the other one? Oh, there was also Angel, the Angel set, which is like kind of, it's not quite purple, but it's like kind of like a very, very dark-ish kind of purple to it. So this one came out recently. I think the group buy closed already, but it ran a month ago. This is KKB set. And then there's, I think you're right, I think Desert Nights. Yeah, that's another one. They're coming back, dude. We're getting some. I'm a big fan of this set, by the way. I really like this one. Yeah, I really like this. I have, God, what's the other one? There's another one. Moonlight. It's not blue. It's not new. It's a blue one, but it has a similar kind of feel to it with a similar accent setup. Okay. All right. Miss T, let's get the dog back. I'm gonna go on mute because I have to yell. Hi. Hello. Come here. Come. Who's your good boy? Oh. Hi. Who's your good boy? Who's your good boy? Okay. Let's sit. Sit. Who's your good boy? Hi. Who's your sweet boy? Come here. Sit. Good boy. Hi. Come on. Okay, we got Doggo. Oh, he's a sweet boy. He's a very, very sweet boy. So my wife is pregnant, right? Oh, Loki, you're going to hit the tripod. I know you are. Loki, go to your bed. Go to your bed. Oh, he can't go to his bed because he's blocked by literal keyboards. Literal keyboards. So my wife is pregnant, and she told me this recently. She said that apparently you can't just hype him up and send him to bed. I know, but like, okay, I'll let him out. I'll let him out in a minute. I promise. Okay, we'll end stream and I'll go let him out upstairs. But apparently she told me this recently. Apparently he's been hanging out around her. He's been like stuck to her more, and so there are times where he wants to go and look out the window to see what's happening outside, but he also doesn't want to leave her side because I think he senses that like something is happening, and so he's been stuck to her more. He's kind of been like within eyes distance or like trying to kind of stay closer to her, and she thinks it's because he knows, right? That he like senses the baby or something. But it's the cutest thing. And then the other day, was it yesterday or the day before? I don't remember. But like sometimes my wife and I get very passionate about topics. Like you can tell the way I talk is like very like you know, it's like I talk loud, I talk like, you know, da 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 da, I have a, you know? So I think sometimes when my wife and I get very excited about something and we're talking passionately, oh, I like this and I like that, you know, we're not arguing, but we're like just, you know, talking. Sometimes he thinks that we're fighting, and what he'll do is that he'll get super close to her and he'll kind of put his head on her like this, as if to say like, don't worry, I'm here, I have you, you know, and he'll like try to like give her love. It's very, very cute. He's very sweet. Are you good boy? Okay, guys, I think it is time. Thank you so much for spending time with me for the last 4 hours and almost 20 minutes. I am very grateful that all of you spend this much time with me. I'm very, very grateful. So let's give someone a raid. I see that Valk is online. I think he's doing the EC kit, which I'm very interested in. Let's give him a raid. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you. I love you guys for spending the time with me. All right, so I'll catch you next week. We're doing a sponsored stream with the Equilibrium 60. That's the one. Okay, ciao, guys. Bye.